to the George Washington University.
I did.
Two of my nieces both graduated from GW.
Oh yeah, what did they study?
Let's see. My niece Carrie studied biology.
Okay.
Actually, marine biology,
Oh.
and she's doing
DC's
that
an
work.
interesting place for that.
Yeah, you wonder why.
There's
Well,
not-
they're right on the water, I guess.
Yeah, the Potomac. But yeah, okay.
And then Jamie studied public health.
Okay, I had a friend that did the public health program. She liked that a lot.
Okay. And they both got jobs in their field and doing well, so it was
Oh,
good
that's
for them.
good. Yeah.
And because of their age difference, they were both at GW at the same time for a couple of years, so it got them a little discount. You know how
Did it?
pricey that place is.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
I guess when you have two children at the same time, they take a little pity on
I would
you.
hope so. Yeah. Okay.
We did the
That's
walking
exciting.
tour with my son Jeff. We had done a southern swing. We went to
Uh-huh.
where did we go? University of Virginia,
Okay.
GW, Richmond,
Okay.
and Williamsburg.
Okay.
College of Williamsburg, whatever it's called, William and Mary. And he ended up going to Penn State. But
Okay,
it was
alright.
fun to walk the campus. It's a beautiful campus,
Yeah.
right in the city.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
really cool.
Yeah, that's what I liked about it. So, yeah. So what is he studying?
My son,
Your son, yeah.
he actually is
Oh, he's
beyond that now.
done?
He got a business degree at Penn State. Then he got a public policy degree
Okay.
from the University of Southern California.
Oh.
So he's now living in Sacramento, working for the California Department of Finance as an analyst.
That must be interesting with their budgetary
But
constraints.
they're in pretty good straits right now under Jerry Brown.
Yeah?
No, he's really done a good job because
Okay.
they're up straighten out their budget.
Okay.
So the only thing he complains about is Sacramento is kind of a company town for a state government. He would love to be in like San Francisco,
Francisco.
where there's more happening for a 29-year-old guy.
Yeah.
So, but he likes his job.
That's good. That's important.
Yeah.
Okay. Very nice. So do you go out to visit often or?
We've only gone out so far once. He's come out to us a couple times.
Huh?
And then we're all meeting up for a family vacation in July, which I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah. In California or?
Honolulu. We're going to
Even
Hawaii.
better.
Yeah.
Even better. Okay, that'll be very nice.
So we don't get to see him as much, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, that's not an easy trek back and forth.
And I keep hoping I'll move back to the East Coast, but it seems like his professional contacts are now kind of out
It
there.
seems like once people move to California, they don't really move back east.
That's right. No reason to do that.
Yeah, I mean, well, so what's the weather like in Sacramento? 'Cause
Great.
It's northern California, right?
It is. Yeah.
So how cold does it get?
It's very moderate. I
Yeah.
don't think it gets, I couldn't tell you for sure, but I don't think it gets below 50
50.
degrees.
Yeah, so why would you want to come back to these
Right?
winters?
Exactly, and it's dry, it's lovely.
Yeah,
It's nice.
okay. Very nice.
So,
So do you have any other children?
I do, I have a daughter, Amy, and she lives in
Okay.
Parksville. And so we do get to see her all the
Okay.
time.
Okay. I was going to say, you could always move out to California yourself.
I would love that. Maybe if Amy could get a job out there, we'd all
Y'all,
start a new family compound out
there
that
you
way.
go.
That would be great.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen, but
No?
that would be great. No, she also loves her job. She works in Manhattan.
Okay.
She's director of something called the New York Arts and it's an arts organization, part of Americans for the Arts, and she basically brings together corporations and arts organizations,
Huh.
and the corporations donate professional services and financial support, and the arts organizations bring their arts to the company.
Yeah.
So it's
okay.
kind of that, a lot of mixing, recruiting.
Okay, that's an interesting
mixing and
partnership.
matching.
Yeah,
It's fun.
I
She
could
really
see that.
likes it.
Yeah, I could see that. Okay, very nice.
So I don't think she's gonna go out anytime soon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any kids? Are you married?
I have a daughter. Yeah, she's 1.5, so she's
Oh,
little.
wow. You got your hands full?
I do. Yes, I do. She's a very active little girl. She
yeah.
loves climbing and jumping
Yeah.
and running.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, and sitting for 2 seconds and then running and sitting somewhere else for 2 seconds and then running back and forth. So, yeah, she keeps us on our toes.
Very nice.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, your name should be there somewhere. Yeah, come sit up.
Mic test, 1, 2.
Is your thing in?
Mic test, 1, 2.
hi, I'm Stephanie.
Checking. Nothing.
Yeah, why not? Nice looking people.
I can't remember where I was.
Pointing to the third one, but I
Third
don't
one,
know.
okay. I think this is mine. Hey, Arnold, is my name here? Okay.
You're landed in the right spot. Are you going to want to go up to the podium? I guess you have to.
Yeah, to do my thing. Yeah, that's.
Yep. Good.
I should get one of my guides.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I can.
sure.
Okay.
Remind me if you order it.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
are going-
that's okay. No, I was able to open it, so I minimized it. So, yeah.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, how are
I'm
you?
Tony Marquetta. Nice to meet
You
you.
too.
So I just wanted to.
Double check.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you guys are
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
I forget one as you
Yeah. I have that though, because you sent your talking
Were you
points to me already.
practicing,
So I
Stuart?
printed it out.
I work with Stu at the Community Health Law Project.
Oh,
Yeah. I've been there for a number of years. I can't see, are we going in the right spot?
Yes, Dave, you're in the right spot.
I can't read the
Do you
name.
guys have any plans yet for the hardest hit fund dollars?
No, that's
yes.
Are you going to share?
Well, I'll tell you that we don't have any approved plans
Oh.
because they have to get fully approved by U.S. Treasury. But I'd say the largest chunk of the dollars, and we have, I think it's about
My feet
$115
aren't long
million.
enough.
Yeah.
Your feet are too short to dance
Will
with God?
be earmarked for a reopening of our homekeeper program.
Well, too
Not
much
home
information.
Saver.
Home
Homekeeper.
Okay. We had a lot more luck getting people qualified for home
Hey,
keep.
Stu, I was going to do some work in the morning.
Yeah,
but
understandably
wait
for
so.
it.
And in fact, it'll be even easier this time.
I actually did a little bit.
Because we're going to broaden the eligibility
Area
criteria.
if you could help out with just.
That's our
holding
goal.
them,
So let's say we throw at least
no,
60 or
no.
70 million dollars.
Thank you.
Then we're hoping to break out some money for a down payment assistance program to help people get into homes and become homeowners. Another area that we're hoping to do is work with communities that have seriously derelict buildings,
You know,
maybe buildings that
The rule is
are
you guys
in
got
bad
to.
shape.
Can I give you a hand?
The rule is you guys got to keep talking because the answer is when it comes to me, it's going to be
Tony
lunch.
Marquetta, nice to meet you.
That was the whole.
gotta
That's
talk
it. That's what Stu said.
So what I'm going to say is that I'm going to start. I want
No.
5 minutes for my 20 minutes or 7 minutes for my 20 minutes.
Anything for property tax associations?
Well, not specifically, but the homekeeper monies are
You haven't heard what I was saying.
Well, I was kind of hoping you wouldn't say anything.
That's the plan.
payment of arrearages.
Okay.
So
I've worked here.
I haven't thought of it that way, but I'm sure that would be something that
We might
should
be able to backdoor in or something.
Last week, Peter.
There's no assistance for property taxes, and you get behind it.
I know.
You know,
And they charge you
This is not a
interest.
very comfortable chair.
And it's the
I just
first
told
lien
you
on
that,
your
right?
No, it's not very.
Sit tall, right?
Trying to
No,
come
I'm
up with
gonna-
money and bring it current is nobody will be able to see property taxes. So if I could put a little bug in your ear on
You
that.
just did.
Yes, we are very anxiously awaiting the announcement. So
It's unfortunately the earliest I suspect we're going to get it is going to,
How do you get this lower? Anyway?
Not sure. I'm just sitting on it the way it is.
and it'll be
Really
announced
tall
as
there.
exclusively homekeeper because the way Treasury has told us we had to do it was they want us to close on agreements settled with
Doing all right?
for the entire amount, which is both
everyone, please take their seats.
Yeah, I think we're going to have some more discussions, Erica, Melissa, and I, on how to do some of the stuff with the staff. We were in Bloomfield yesterday, and Alma's just overwhelmed.
Things lower.
Good morning. Thank you all for participating today at the annual Law and Disabilities Issues Conference here at the New Jersey Law Center. I am Cynthia Pellegrino. I'm the Director of Grant Programs for the New Jersey State Bar Foundation, and I am delighted to welcome all of you today. The Bar Foundation's president, Stephen Richman, had an emergent matter. He had planned to be here, and he was very disappointed that he could not make it, and he does send his regrets. Today's program is being filmed in conjunction with a documentary about the work of the New Jersey State Bar Foundation. If you do not wish to be filmed, please let me know or signal one of our filmmakers today. The Law and Disability Conference is planned and presented by the Community Health Law Project, which is a longtime partner and co-sponsor of the Bar Foundation. The Community Health Law Project is led by Harold Garwin, who is an attorney. He's the president and the executive director of the organization. Each year when the Bar Foundation's Board of Trustees evaluates grant applications and contemplates its future programming, there is never a question about continuing this annual free conference. This opportunity to offer an overview of critical disability issues and how they intersect the law is part of the Bar Foundation's mission to furnish free education about the law, the justice system, and violence prevention. In addition to today's speakers and workshops, you will receive the Bar Foundation's Disability Law Primer, which was recently updated, I believe 2 years ago, and is now in its 6th edition. The Bar Foundation offers conferences, publications, and other services on a wide variety of topics to serve New Jersey citizens, from children to seniors. Over 3,000 students recently took part in the 34th season of the high school mock trial competition at which Bergen Catholic High School triumphed. The foundation also publishes newsletters for middle school and high school students. The Legal Eagle and Respect are newsletters that reach classrooms 3 times a year during the school year. The Bar Foundation offers training and curriculum to educators and schools in conflict resolution, and we have also pioneered a teasing and bullying training program. Our Speakers Bureau fills requests for presentations to community organizations, including libraries, senior centers, and schools. If there is a topic in the law that interests a group that you're involved with, elder law, wills and estates, real estate law, family law, adoption, we will find an attorney expert for you. Do not hesitate to contact us if you have a speaker need. Please visit the Bar Foundation's website. It's the Bar Foundation's initials, njsbf.org. You can download publications and periodicals. You can order hard copies of those publications, and you can also register for upcoming free events. You can also call our toll-free number, which is easy to remember. It's 1-800-FREE-LAW. While it takes a legion of support to pull off the logistics for a conference like this, I would like to particularly recognize my longtime colleagues and friends who work with such diligence and grace and good humor to make this a seamless event. They are Florence Nathan, Ashley Emerson, Caroline Woodruff, and Ellen Dweck. I also wish to extend our deep appreciation to the entire staff of the Community Health Law Project, who work tirelessly to provide advocacy and education to the disabled. I know you will find today's Law and Disability Conference filled with up-to-the-moment information and resources. Thank you all for being here. It is with great pleasure that I introduce the President and Executive Director of the Community Health Law Project, Hal Garwin.
I have an aversion of standing behind these podiums, if you might see, because usually when I stand behind these podiums, unfortunately, no one can see me. So I try to stand on the side, so if you'll excuse the pull of the microphone and so on. I also would like to thank Cynthia and Florence and the Bar Foundation for many years of support for this idea that we had to have a law and disability conference where we would gather people from around the state and share some of the expertise that the Law Project staff has garnered over the years, as well as pulling in many experts to talk about a variety of topics. And if you had the occasion to come to our conference in the past several years, you'll see that the workshops and the topics change from year to year, but we hope they're always interesting, and certainly today we're gratified at seeing so many of you here today to listen to what we and the experts have to say. I also want to say thank you very much to our staff that worked on this, and particularly the moderators for today's workshops. The Law Project's celebrating its 40th year this year, which is pretty amazing to me, because when I first took the job, it was a one-year job. They told me I better figure out what I was going to do with the rest of my life. Well, fortunately, I didn't have to figure it out. I'm still here 40 years later. It's been a wonderful experience. The Law Project has offices around the state in the major cities and has, I think, on an average of 5,000 individuals are served each year in a variety of civil law matters and advocacy issues. And they range from broad-scale kinds of cases, fair housing and the American with Disabilities Act, to very commonplace, normal things that we all deal with, landlord-tenant problems, issues with entitlements, such as welfare, Social Security, and a variety of disability issues, and then the everyday, mundane things that allow each of us to live a more full life. And I'm happy to say that our staff of about 55, 60 individuals throughout the state have been able to help people throughout these 40 years live a more fruitful life in the community. And that continues to be our goal. So when we think about what we're going to do from year to year in this conference, we try to think about what things will make it better for people, what would allow them to understand better what is going on in the law, in issues related to persons living with disabilities, issues related to people who are more vulnerable, who are trying to make a life and live as best as they could. So I hope today does some of that for you, conveys that information and that knowledge. And the Law Project is always willing to answer questions or assist you if you are eligible for our services, as well as working out some other situations. Today, I'm very pleased that the first session, which will be here in this room, the plenary session for all of you, is the session on housing. As we all know, housing is probably the most key thing to surviving in a worthwhile way in the community. And we have a variety of experts here today who will be able to impart some of the issues as well as some of the experiences and some of the, the resources that are available in terms of housing. And one of our most experienced and expert staff members, our managing attorney in our Trenton area office, Steve Weiner, will be the moderator for that. And that will be right here as soon as I finish speaking. Then after that, we'll have a short break, and then we'll go into the two workshops today. One of them is on reentry, issues related to individuals who have been incarcerated and are coming back in the community and who are hopefully being helped to be contributing citizens again, and what are the issues for them and the organizations trying to assist them. And I'm pleased to say our senior managing attorney, Erica Kerber, will be moderating that workshop, and I believe that will be upstairs. after the break. The second workshop is on addiction services, and we have some outstanding individuals on that panel, including two of our state representatives from the state division, and a quiet and simple individual will moderate that, and I think his name is Hal Garwin, and that will be right here. So I think that it'll be an excellent day. Hopefully you'll enjoy it, and please feel free to ask any questions during the workshops or at the end of the workshop, whatever the moderators decide to do. And then thereafter, I'm sure you'll be able to grab some of our staff if you want more information and want to talk to us about anything. And we do have a website, and you certainly can go on there and see what we do. And we're just ecstatic about the continued cooperation of the Bar Foundation. So without further ado, I'll turn the rest of the morning over to Mr. Weiner and this expert panel on housing. Stu?
Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'm privileged to be able to bring to you a panel of folks who are really expert in the state of housing, and particularly as it relates to folks with disabilities here in New Jersey. And it's really, I think, an opportune time for us to have this panel because we're seeing greater and greater challenges for people with disabilities, particularly those on low-income grants, to find affordable, accessible, decent housing. At the Community Health Law Project, we see over 4,000 clients a year in all of our various offices around the state, and about a quarter of the cases that we handle are housing cases. We're often in landlord-tenant court. We handle foreclosures. We handle administrative fair hearings when folks need emergency housing assistance to prevent them from becoming homeless. We deal with appeals regarding Section 8 and SRAP and all of the subsidy programs that are out there. We counsel folks about foreclosure. So this is something that we are dealing with on a daily basis. And quite honestly, the situation that our clients face has only gone from bad to worse. Some of the problems stem from changes in policies regarding emergency housing assistance, and my good friend and colleague Steve Leader will talk about that during the panel. But those grants have been cut back dramatically by the state. And then the affordability gap has just grown larger and larger as time has gone on. As you probably know, here in New Jersey, the average SSI grant that many of our clients live on with no other income is $764 a month. That's just not enough to be able to afford any housing in New Jersey. There was a priced out report that comes out semi-annually from the Consortium for Citizens with Disabilities and the Technical Assistance Collaborative up in Massachusetts, where they study affordability around the state, around the country, I should say, for folks with disabilities. And it's quite telling. So one of their key findings was that in 2014, which was the last published report, in 17 states and the District of Columbia, statewide average one-bedroom rents were higher than the monthly SSI payments. And that includes Hawaii at 173% of what the grant is. DC was 171%, Maryland 146%, and New Jersey, and number 4 in the country, it's 144% of your monthly SSI grant to afford a one-bedroom apartment. So it doesn't work. And if you look at HUD's FMRs, their fair market rental standards, the SSI grant doesn't even cover a studio apartment for all but 2 counties in the state of New Jersey. So the challenges are immense, and I think it's a wonderful thing that we were able to get this very knowledgeable panel together. We're going to ask each of our 5 speakers to present, and I'll ask you all, if you would please, to hold your questions. And at the end of all of the presentations, we have some microphones up at the front, and if you need help in getting access to the microphone, raise your hand and someone can try to bring you a microphone if you want to ask questions. But we're going to hold that off until the very end. So with that, I would like to introduce our first panelist. She is Gail Levinson. Gail is the Executive Director of the Supportive Housing Association of New Jersey. Before that, Gail has had a very varied career. She was working as director of an organization called Arts Unbound, which provides opportunities for artists with disabilities. She served as the Director of Policy and Legislation for the Mental Health Association in New Jersey, as well as for the Community Health Law Project. She has worked as a liaison to the AIDS community for the pharmaceutical company Hoffman LaRoche, and was a team leader in developing the New Jersey Children's Initiative. Gail has a master's in psychology, and her interests have long gravitated towards, and her career has really been dedicated to working for people with disabilities. So with that, I'd like to invite Gail.
One of the first things I have to do is plug this in so we don't lose battery power. Has that been done already? Okay. Anybody have a clue? All right. I just think you just need to plug it in.
Maybe.
I'm going to go talk to a technologist.
Okay. Each of us are entitled to speak for 20 minutes, so if I don't start immediately, my minutes are coming off the top here. But we will. Okay, I think we're good. I just do it this way on this one. Good morning, everyone. Stu, thank you for a very nice introduction. I appreciate it. And I'm very pleased to be speaking this morning with my distinguished colleagues. I'm going to give you a little bit of the bird's eye view of supportive housing. And I hope you learn from it and enjoy it. And later on, when we have Q&A, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them along with those on the panel. Today's topic on supportive housing is community housing with supports for people with special needs. As was mentioned, I'm the director of the Supportive Housing Association in New Jersey, SHA, as we affectionately call it. SHA has been around since 1998, so we're about 18 years old, and we are a trade organization or a membership organization. A wide variety of agencies and corporations pay dues to the Supportive Housing Association. We have about 120 members, and for the most part, housing developers, as you see on the left-hand side, the larger green arrow. The membership consists of housing developers, both for-profit, non-for-profit, as well as agencies that provide supportive services to people with disabilities. Some of the membership organizations do both, are both developers, landlords, as well as service providers, but many distinguish themselves as one or the other. We also have many corporate vendors who do business with the industry, attorneys, engineers, architects, insurance brokers, and so when we meet, we have a whole variety of people together networking and developing new business opportunities. If you notice under the dotted line, I have consumers and families, and while individuals with disabilities and their families are not technically our members, they are a very important part of everything that we do, our compass, as I've indicated, and so we spend a lot of time with families and individuals with disabilities learning about their housing needs, what's best for them, so that we can translate that into what's happening on the ground. So what is supportive housing? It's pretty simple, even though it's not easy to get. It's simply housing plus support. And I would argue that if resources were not the main issue here, this would not even be a philosophy. People would just go out there, get the housing they need, and bring in levels of supportive services depending upon their individual needs, and live a life, which is basically what most of the rest of the world does. But resources are an issue since many people with disabilities live on fixed incomes, and there is the challenge, how we make this work with a fairly limited amount of funding, but nevertheless we have resources, and so we have to figure out how best to use them. So supportive housing is a philosophy, a model of community housing plus support that helps people with disabilities live as independently as possible. For the most part, we're talking about tenancy, having a landlord-tenant lease, finding a place to live, renting, and then bringing in individualized services to remain stable and stay physically and mentally healthy. And so some of the key elements of supportive housing are controlling your own housing, making it yours rather than somebody else's, integrating into communities of your choice, so we have people with and without disabilities living in local communities and towns around the state and the country. Your services are individual. You're not necessarily sharing service providers so that you don't have the availability of some unique offerings that are designed for you. And that the housing is permanent and affordable. That's a very big, significant part of supportive housing. This is not transitional housing. We're not moving people from place to place as they become more adept and more able to sustain independence. The housing stays the same, but the services change depending upon your level of need at one point in time or another throughout your lifespan. Choice is a big part of supportive housing, and we don't have enough choice in the state. And the separation of housing and services is key. Your landlord should not be your social worker. And when you think about that in terms of the way we all live, that's pretty fundamental. Also, supportive housing calls for housing that's near to transportation, jobs, socialization, so that people are not isolated. There's 3 components to the funding stream for supportive housing. We refer to it as a 3-legged stool, and if one of those elements is not there, it doesn't really work effectively. And I think many of my colleagues will talk some more about some of these components. The first is capital financing. We need the housing stock out there. And we could be in a situation where there's just a lot of it available and upgraded and in good shape. But for the most part, we really do need more housing, and we need better housing. And so we deal with we need capital financing, and that comes from many different streams. I've put, excuse me, I've put HMFA up there first, and Tony Marchetta will talk more about his agency. But the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency in New Jersey is probably the key lender that provides capital for the special needs housing that we have around the state. And through grants and loans, and also they are the they control and manage and determine which organizations receive low-income housing tax credits, which is a very big part of the supportive housing system. Housing trust funds, federal, state, and local are available. HUD, our Department of Housing and Urban Development at the federal level, provides capital resources to states. There's not as much of it as we would like, but it is a key part of what we do. And then, of course, we have the private system, loans and grants. I would love to see more of the banks involved, although many of the providers do use banks for low-cost loans for supportive housing, and then foundations in terms of grants. The operations is key. Once you have the house, you've got to afford to pay the cost of housing, which is the mortgage or the rent, depending upon your situation, utilities, home maintenance, etc., what is needed to pay household expenses. And the big issue there is the housing voucher. As we all know, people who live on very low incomes, Stu mentioned $760 a month on an SSI check. It's not enough to afford an affordable rent. And so we really do need a supplement in the form of housing vouchers. There's a variety of different kinds, federal, state vouchers. We don't have as many as we need. It's hard to get them, but it's worth the pain and frustration if you can get one, and perhaps later we can talk a little bit more about that. And then the supportive services, which are largely through Medicaid, which is a federal state insurance program. Our whole system is moving to fee-for-service, those who are in need of supportive housing hopefully will be able to get on a Medicaid benefit. And it pays for case management, crisis management, job coaching, assistance with daily living skills, and a wide variety of services needed to help somebody stay stable in their home. If somebody could let me know when I'm 5 minutes away from my 20-minute mark, I'd appreciate it. There's many housing models. The housing model is almost irrelevant to this discussion. You can live wherever you wish and then bring services in, but we do have a variety of housing models, and you should at least know about them. All the way to the left, we have the 24-hour group home, which technically is not supportive housing. That's congregate housing, where everybody sort of receives the same services by the same provider. But I think we're going to see group homes change a bit. Everybody will get a lease and be able to somewhat individualize their services. But for the most part, supportive housing is all the rest on that continuum. Apartments that are clustered in geographic areas, mostly individual apartments with project-based or tenant-based vouchers, shared living, which I think we only have begun to think effectively about, and scattered site units. Some small number of people have condos and own homes through some bonds that used to exist in the state of New Jersey for people on very low incomes. And then we have a whole section of others yet not imagined, and I look forward over the next 5 to 10 years to see what audiences like this, families, individuals with disabilities, and some creative providers can come up with that we haven't even begun to think about. This is an apartment of a woman in Bloomfield now. She lived for many years in Greystone Park Psychiatric Hospital, shelters. She had a tough life, lives with serious mental illness, learned once she moved into her own apartment that she's actually quite a good artist. She was with me at Arts Unbound. Here she is in front of some of her beautiful work, and she's been living independently with support for the past, I would say, 7 years. That's your prototype of a supportive housing situation, and that's what we want to see around the state. Colleen still lives with a significant amount of challenges, but she's making it work independently in Bloomfield, and she's very integrated in her community. This is a project of one of our members, Project Live in Newark. They don't do as much housing development anymore because there's not as much money available for that. But this is a housing complex that, among other people, provides housing to Stephen Taylor, who is formerly homeless, lived in the Newark train station for quite a number of years, and it wasn't until he got his apartment and then started working for Project Live. Employment is a big part of what we need to do to help people pay for an affordable rent. He's now a model sort of tenant and educating others about how to live independently and successfully. Madeline, serious developmental challenges. She was able to secure an apartment with a federal voucher, and because that is transferable and portable from state to state, when her brother, who's right next to her, passed away, unfortunately, she was able to move to Virginia to be with about 4 or 5 other aunts who are now providing some oversight while she's living independently with 24-hour care. And Lorraine, I see Lorraine in the audience right now, Lorraine De Silva Lee. Over there. Lorraine is a member of the Law Project Board and the SHA Board. A training professional, has been in the system for many years. But for today's purposes, Lorraine is the parent of Aaliyah, who is right there. And Aaliyah lives with significant developmental challenges in her own condo with an aide and living a very integrated, very lovely life. And this is through the development of a limited liability corporation. If you want to consider things like this, where you put in private resources into sort of a holding tank so that you can protect public entitlements, I recommend that you see an attorney who knows this area, and we're hoping that there will be a lot more of this so that housing is expanded. Jennifer lives at Project Freedom, and I have the picture of her in here because we need a lot more accessible housing in New Jersey. Don't have it as yet, as much as is needed, but there will be more and more, and she is living a very wonderful life as well. As you can see, there's a lot of savings associated with supportive housing. These numbers might be a year or two old, but the cost of state hospital is $800 a day. The cost of supportive housing is about $100 a day. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? So we can talk more about that. For housing statistics, if you look at the bottom, approximately 120,000 adults receive SSI benefits for disability. And we have determined that about 42,000 of those folks receive some kind of federal or state housing assistance. That leaves a lot of people who probably are living at home with aging parents or in some sort of substandard housing. So we still have a lot to do. The realities, you can take a look at them. We have shortages. We have reductions in housing funding. We have multiple systems to navigate. New Jersey, as was mentioned, is very expensive. And we have to start shifting our thinking. There's no single source that will pay for every single thing you want, but it's still possible. And you have to be out there networking, persevering, and leveraging your resources. There are still a lot of opportunities, and we hope that you'll take advantage of them. This is a sculptor who's working on very diligently putting something new together, and after many hours of carving away, all he's done is create the same damn box. It's actually only smaller. So we have to start thinking about new ways to house people more efficiently, more cleverly. Not everybody can afford or thrive in a one-bedroom apartment. This is a boarding home in Montclair. Small room, you have to share some bathrooms, but you share lovely space, and for $1,000 a month, you can have 3 meals a day and live a nice life with a whole bunch of cool people. This is a tiny house, 350 square feet. This has been getting a lot of attention all over the world. Costs $200 a month to live in this kind of a setting. It's tiny, 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 but it works, and it's a hell of a lot better than living in substandard homes or on the streets. Shared living, we're just beginning to get a sense of what we can do with this. I subscribe to the Golden Girls. I think people have to start finding homes, maybe refurbishing foreclosed properties, sharing those spaces, not as a group home, but as 5 people sharing a space, sharing household expenses, and enjoying each other in local communities. And there are matching services that do this professionally, where people are matched with homeowners. All of you should have gotten a booklet at the front called The Journey to Community Housing with Supports. This is a publication that SHA just put out. We hope you read it, learn from it, share it with others. It's available online. It has really a lot of what you need to know about supportive housing. It's for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, primarily because of our grantor, but it really can be enjoyed and used by a wide variety of professionals and individuals with disabilities and families. And advocacy, my last slide, is the most important thing we can do together. If you want to sign up to receive our e-blasts, we partner with most everybody on the stage to give you information about the most important federal, state, and local opportunities and what you need to do to help us provide more resources in this area by reaching out to federal, state, and local public officials. So thank you very much. There's no place like home, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the panel.
Thank you, Gail, and thanks for the excellent work that SHA does. Our next speaker, we're very pleased to be able to have Anthony Marchetta here with us today. And Mr. Marchetta is the Executive Director of the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency that Gail referenced as one of the key players in financing housing for folks with disabilities. Since Anthony arrived at NJHMFA, he has instituted a number of significant new programs, including a multifamily conduit bond program, mortgage-backed securities program, and importantly for our clients, the new supportive housing connection. He has led the agency in developing new programs in the areas of cost containment and delinquent asset management. The agency, under his guidance, has been recognized by HUD for its smart growth and opportunity incentives in the federal low-income housing tax credits qualified allocation plan. In addition, since 2012, he's led NJHMFA's response to Superstorm Sandy, and they've deployed nearly $750 million in several programs designed to stabilize Sandy-impacted communities and to create thousands of new housing opportunities for individuals and families affected by the storm. These combined efforts have generated a threefold increase in housing units financed by the agency since 2010. Before joining HMFA, Anthony spent 25 years in the real estate development industry. And so with that combination of private sector experience and a long history of public service, he's really brought a perfect array of experience and talents to the job. Anthony's a graduate of Rutgers University, having a master's in both city and regional planning and business administration. And we're very pleased to have Anthony speak to us this morning.
We're going to have, maybe, no, that's better. We're going to have to edit that bio. So here we go. Shut down Gail's. All right. Stephanie, which one do I? Stephanie is our tech individual. She's by far the youngest individual on the panel. So, first of all, thank you for the introduction, Stu, and I want to thank both Harold and Stu for organizing this event this morning. I have to say, having an event that starts at 9:30 is the most civilized one that I've attended in a very long time. The last one was at 7:30 in the morning, and just not my style. You know, it's been mentioned, the Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency. how many people in the audience, I just want to get a sense, know or have heard of the housing and mortgage? Okay, there's a good number. How many have actually dealt with the housing and mortgage finance agent? A lot fewer. I hope that changes in the future. But I'm going to give a little primer about who we are and what we do, and we'll go on to what we do in the arena that you're most interested in. Oh, okay. Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency. It's an independent state agency of the state government. It is in but not of the Department of Community Affairs, and I need all the lawyers in the room to define that for me because I still don't know. But our mission is to finance safe, decent, and affordable housing. And my addition to that is as cost effectively as possible so that we can produce as much as possible. We secure our capital to help finance these projects through the issuance of taxable and tax-exempt bonds. We also administer the federal low-income housing tax credit program. And we are unique in state agencies in that we are a direct lender. Until just recently, when we started the conduit bond program, every loan that we issued, we held, which resulted in us having a very large balance sheet of over $4 billion. But when the capital markets fell apart in the financial crisis about 6 or 7 years ago, it essentially put us out of business because our rates were higher than going to the local bank down the street. So we had to come up with some new programs, and that's what was alluded to in the introduction. Lastly, we don't get a dime out of the state budget. So every dime of our $30 million budget to pay our 300 individuals that work at the HMFA is generated through fees that we earn through running the various programs. Last year, 2015, was our banner year. We have never funded more units than we did last year. We funded over 8,000 units of affordable housing. That's a new record, and as Stu indicated, in 2010, we did 1,900 units of affordable housing. And I like to take credit for all of it, but in all honesty, this was largely in part of circumstances. You know, I never expected when I started in 2010 to be the head of an agency that had to deal with a minor earthquake, a major superstorm, and a financial crisis. The financial crisis I kind of suspected. The other two were new to me. Last year's production actually represented $1.7 billion of funding towards new affordable housing. And a lot of people, and I brought this to the attention of as many people as possible because I think it's one of those buzzwords that everybody pays more attention to. We are not only producing affordable housing that addresses social needs, but we're an economic engine as well. That $1.7 billion generated during construction nearly over 16,000 jobs, of which 10% roughly, 1,700, will continue to be there going on and on and on into the future because those units need to be managed. They need supplies and services. So that's an economic engine. That production generated nearly $800 million in salaries for those people working on those jobs. 90 million of it will be continued as the management of those projects begin. And 2.7 billion in overall spending. You know, there's a multiplier effect that takes place. And lastly, for the local officials in the audience, during construction we generated nearly $100 million in taxes that went to local, state, and county governments. And continuing on into the future, there will be about $17 million of local taxes. Accomplishments in multifamily financing. Since 2010, we've been quite productive in producing affordable housing, with nearly 20,000 units being funded. Now, not all of them are completely constructed, but more than half are actually occupied. Our expertise is in mortgage lending, community development, construction, property management, planning, architecture, engineers. We have a bunch of talented individuals on our staff that can provide not only legal guidance. We have about 15 attorneys. One of our former staff members is in the audience, Jerry Keelan, who is an attorney and left us, I think, for greener pastures in retirement. But we also will assist in providing family housing, senior housing, preservation and restoration of older housing, and today's topic of supportive and special needs housing. And we do that through various programs. As I said, we generate capital largely through the issuance of taxable and tax-exempt bonds. But we are the state's administrator of the federal low-income housing tax credit program. And this is perhaps the best housing program that the federal government has ever conceived of. It was created in 1986 when they did the new tax program where they completely restructured it. And this tax credit program allows the federal government to provide tax-exempt tax credits for a 10-year period. New Jersey gets about $20 million of these. It's actually closer to 21 this coming year, of these federal low-income housing tax credits. And we award them based on an objective set of criteria to projects that meet those criteria the best. And we can generate on an annual basis roughly $180 million worth of tax equity that's used to build the housing. And that translates to about 1,100, 1,200 new units a year funded through the 9% low-income housing tax credit program. We also have something known as a 4% tax credit program, which in the past was not as effectively deployed because, as you can hear, 9% sounds larger than 4%, and it is a much deeper subsidy. The 4% tax credits didn't work as well. It just wasn't enough money. So you had to find other sources of gap fillers. Well, the benefit of Superstorm Sandy, if there is one, is that it generated over $2 billion to the state of New Jersey, of which over $700 million was made available for the production of new affordable rental housing. So that allowed us to use Sandy money with the 4% tax credit to fill the gap. And as a result, we have been very, very active these last 3 or 4 years. And one of the primary reasons we have been able to generate as many new affordable housing units. Foreclosure prevention. I was asked to touch upon that. It is tangential, I think, to supportive housing and special needs housing, but it's a very important topic, and we've just gone through a very difficult period of time for homeowners, especially ones that became homeowners in the 2000s, because they bought their homes at pretty much the peak of the market. And when the financial crisis took place, they were in an awful situation. They had not much equity in their property, and the values of housing dropped dramatically, and many of them found themselves underwater. The federal government came about by providing something known as hardest hit funds. And my first day on the job on September 1st, 2010, I signed our first application for hardest hit funds. It ended up being a $300 million grant to the state of New Jersey. And we deployed that $300 million over the next several years in primarily one program, the one in the middle there, known as the Homekeeper program. And that program was initially designed to assist individuals that, through no fault of their own, but through the decline in the economy, had lost their jobs or sources of revenue, and now found themselves underwater. And that unemployment program, as we refer to it, allowed us to lend up to $48,000 to those individuals to pay arrearages and to assist them going forward for as long as 2 years to hopefully get them through the crisis and then stabilize in new units, or stabilize in their units and would not lose them due to foreclosure. And I have to report that we were more successful at it than I thought we were going to be. As I said, we did over 6,000 loans during that time frame, and 59% of those individuals are still in their home today. So I was expecting success rate closer to 40%, but we have actually achieved almost 60%. So I'm quite pleased with that. Just recently, and I know some of you in the audience have heard, the federal government found at the end of last year $2 billion to throw and deploy in the hardest hit program again. And New Jersey's allocation of that $2 billion is about $115 million. So roughly a third of what we got in the first allocation. We're still in the process, the application process for those dollars. But I suspect by summertime, we will have reactivated the Homekeeper program and will be issuing new Homekeeper loans with maybe broader criteria, so it may be a little bit more easy to get into that program. So expect to see the Homekeeper program started again sometime this summer. We're also looking to use a piece or two of those dollars, that $115 million, for one or two other programs. One would be a down payment assistance program to assist individuals get into homes. A lot of properties are now vacant through foreclosure or people walking away or lack of sales. And those neighborhoods that are hardest hit by that could be helped if those units became available. So we're hoping to create a targeted down payment assistance program in those areas to assist individuals. And it could be as much as 8% of the cost of the house. So if it's a $200,000 house, that could be as much as $16,000 used to provide down payment and closing costs and allow them to get into a home at a more cost-effective level. We're also considering using some of the money for those neighborhoods that were so hard hit and some of those properties that are just not cost-effective to rehab to actually demolish and green the sites and hope when the market gets better it can be reactivated with new housing. And lastly, perhaps providing some assistance to individuals who perhaps home ownership isn't the best course for them and transition out of home ownership. Okay, special needs housing, topic of today. When I started back in 2010 and 11, the Olmstead issue was a critical issue for the state of New Jersey. I believe we were sued and we had settled and we needed to provide certain numbers of new units of supportive housing for developmentally disabled individuals. And with the effort of both the Department of Human Services, Department of Community Affairs, and HMFA, we created a program called the Special Needs Housing Partnership Loan Program. I'll just refer to it as the Partnership Program. And it provides assistance to developers or organizations that want to acquire individual single-family homes, acquire and renovate and make available for individuals with special needs, primarily developmental disabilities. We thought it would have a twofold benefit. One, there were a lot of empty houses out there, and many of them were the older ranch-style homes, which could be more easily converted into accessible supportive housing group homes. We combined money from both the Department of Community Affairs, $9 million, the HMFA, $13 million, and other resources to come up with a program that's over $34 million. Those other resources were to be funds from municipal affordable housing trust fund programs. A lot of towns had collected money for a decade or so from developers producing not affordable housing. And those monies were just sitting in the coffers of many of these local governments, not being used. We encouraged them to use some of those dollars for special needs housing And we would match dollar for dollar up to $250,000 towards the purchase of these homes to be acquired and renovated. The program has been quite successful. We've deployed more than half of the money, and to date we have either completed or are in construction or in anticipation of closing on 65 different projects, which are generating 260 beds of supportive housing. That is not a federal program. That's not a state-generated program. That's money that came from the agency and DCA that we were able to piece together to make this program work. We're expecting to continue to fund this project going forward as municipalities see more use of their affordable housing trust funds. The special needs housing that relates to Section 811. This is essentially a rental program, and this rental program will allow us to provide, I think it's about $75,000 per unit of capital use to create affordable rental housing, which then has to remain affordable rental housing for initially the 5 years, and will then be hopefully extended through congressional appropriations going on into the future. To date, we've done 16 tax credit projects with 2 more on the way, generating about 65 units. However, there's still money available for about another 145 units. So if you have a project that you're interested in, Jurga Walde, please raise your hand. That's the man to reach out to sometime today to talk about it. Jurgo is the head of our director of our special needs division at the HMFA. Money follows the person program. This is a new program. Did I confuse the last program with this one? Perhaps. This program is a demonstration program. We're working with funds that we just received in December of 2015. And this is the one with the capital subsidy. The other one's a rental subsidy. Excuse me. The previous one was rental subsidies for individuals, and those were project-based rental subsidies, meaning that they stay with the project. This is the capital program with $75,000 per unit. And we have $2.8 million, and we'll provide that as a set-aside for projects that are using both 9% and tax credit, low-income housing tax credit finance projects. That money follows the person program is only available in these counties addressed: Bergen, Passaic, Essex, Morris, Hudson, Monmouth, and Ocean. And we are hopeful that more projects will be submitted on that program. Sandy Special Needs. Thank you. Our Sandy Special Needs program has provided a large chunk of new money to special needs issues. To date, we've gotten about $60 million, and we are deploying those. Unfortunately, they have to be within the 9 most impacted counties by Sandy. And we can provide, as you can see, a very deep subsidy of up to $170,000 per unit. And we have deployed them in all of those 9 impacted counties, except for one, I think. To date, we have funded 49 projects with 484 units underway. Again, those are projects that have been funded, and many of them are still in construction. As anybody who does land use in New Jersey knows, getting to the point of breaking ground is typically about a 2-year process in New Jersey, if not longer. So with that, I'm going to step away, and we'll be taking questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony, and thanks to all the people at NJHMFA that are working on these programs that are so important to our clients. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Stephanie Wynn. Stephanie is the Assistant Director of Housing Outreach Services for the Affordable Housing Alliance. She assists in the management of the agency's affordable rental and sales programs, as well as housing counseling and Superstorm Sandy assistance programs. For the past 8 years, Stephanie has specialized in counseling at-risk borrowers by offering loss mitigation assistance to avoid foreclosure. Stephanie frequently presents on homeowner options for avoiding foreclosure, as well as loan modification scam prevention tips. She's also responsible for the majority of outreach done by the agency to local communities and residents. Stephanie has a master's in social work from Monmouth University and a bachelor's degree from the George Washington University in DC. And with that, I'd like to welcome Stephanie.
Okay, thank you so much. As Stu said, I'm the Assistant Director of Housing Outreach at the Affordable Housing Alliance. We are based in Monmouth County, but depending on the particular service that we offer, we can work with folks throughout the state. So we do housing counseling and education in the area of pre-purchase, foreclosure prevention, reverse mortgage, and disaster relief counseling. That's one of our newer programs. We also provide utility assistance. We have some homeless prevention programs, and we administer affordable housing as well. So I'm going to deviate slightly from the supportive housing topic and talk a little bit about foreclosure, because it's another one of the big issues, housing-related issues affecting the state. There are some, I think, overlying themes, though, that connect the two, such as the need for awareness, the need for education, and specifically the need for advocacy and advocating for additional funding for both programs. So you may or may not be aware, but New Jersey is still battling the foreclosure crisis. Nationally, the issue seems to be getting better, but in New Jersey, it is not. We are third with 1 in every 662 homeowners facing foreclosure, and we have jumped over states that were previously really hard hit, such as California and Arizona. So we are not doing great in the area of foreclosure, unfortunately. Looking specifically at New Jersey, you can see the top 5 counties that are being the most affected: Atlantic, Sussex, Mercer, Burlington, and Salem. And the foreclosure rates in these counties are much higher than even the state rate. So these counties are really, really being affected. So how do we address this issue? Well, educating homeowners on their options is key. The earlier in the foreclosure process that you take action or you seek assistance, the higher the likelihood that you will get assistance and be able to stay in your home. So options include starting the loss mitigation process with your lender. Usually this consists of requesting a modification. That's what most homeowners are looking for. This will add what you owe to the back of the loan, hopefully lower your interest rate, possibly extend your term, which would hopefully give you a lower payment each month that you can afford. It's not the only option with your lender, and your options really depend on if you want to stay in the property or if you want to leave, because as the prior panelists were mentioning, homeownership isn't necessarily for everyone, or you may be in a stage in your life or something may have happened where homeownership is no longer for you. So there are some what we call liquidation option programs, and you can get some financial assistance if you do a deed in lieu of foreclosure or a short sale. So there are different options depending on your situation and your needs. Also, a lot has to depend on your income, though, and what your mortgage payment is, who your investor is, and what your delinquency is. So these are all factors that are involved. There's also outside assistance. It's not always around, but we're fortunate right now to have the Home Saver program and hopefully have the Home Keeper program again from the state of New Jersey. Because if your mortgage company isn't willing to work with you, unless you can borrow the money or you win the lottery, there's really not a whole lot you can do to save your home or bring it current. There's not a lot of programs out there. You either have to work with your mortgage company or you have to apply for an outside program, and really the only outside programs are from the state of New Jersey when they're available. So the Home Saver program is definitely a much needed program, as is the Home Keeper. We always recommend that struggling homeowners seek assistance from a HUD-certified counseling agency. This is the only way to ensure that they're not becoming a victim of a loan modification scam. As I'm sure everyone here knows, whenever you have a vulnerable population, people come out of the woodwork, scam artists come out, they want to take advantage of it, they think they can make some money, promising homeowners that they can stay in their property. And so loan modification scams are really a big issue, and it's something that a struggling homeowner, that's the last thing they need to deal with, is paying money to a scam artist. So, when you're struggling with your home, like was mentioned prior, housing is your foundation. That's really what kind of makes everything else in your life work. And so when you don't know what your housing is going to be like, when you don't know where you're going to live, it really permeates into other areas of your life, which is what we're going to talk about a bit. So you might be asking yourself, why should you care? If you're not in foreclosure, if you don't know someone that's going through foreclosure, why should you care about this issue? And the scary reality is that foreclosure can happen to anyone. I've worked with hundreds, probably thousands at this point, of homeowners, and most of them did not expect to be in this situation. Job loss, illness, a car accident, injury. These are things that, for the most part, we really don't have control over, and we don't know if they're going to happen in our future. Hopefully they won't, but we don't know. And so when something like that happens, it really detrimentally affects your finances, and that makes it trouble to pay your bills, specifically your mortgage. Also, foreclosures affect more than just the person, the individual that's going through it. It affects children, neighbors, coworkers, community health providers. It's estimated that more than 8 million children are directly affected by the foreclosure crisis. And that includes children of those who rent. We don't think of renters as being affected by the foreclosure crisis, but if you're renting a house and the homeowner, the landlord, isn't paying their mortgage and it gets foreclosed on, well, now those renters are going to have to move. They have some protection as long as they have a lease, but at the end of their lease, they usually have to leave. So where are they going to go? Can they find another place to live for the same rent? Do children have to switch school systems? So children are being affected in a variety of ways, both those for families who own and those for families who rent. And it says, here that children face just not the loss of their home, but the risk of losing friends, falling behind academically if they're forced to switch neighborhoods, schools, and this creates stress. And there's a strong relationship between the rate of child physical abuse and local mortgage foreclosures. There's also a strong relationship between domestic violence, substance abuse, and mortgage foreclosures. So it's really, foreclosures are an area that permeates into a lot of other areas of our lives that we don't necessarily think about when we just think of foreclosure, but it's something that we really need to start thinking about. So you might be asking yourself, well, I'm not really sure of this correlation. How does foreclosure affect health? If you think about it, there is a lot of evidence that stress affects health and the detrimental effects that stress has on someone's health. And foreclosure is nothing but an extremely stressful event to have to go through. So when you think of it in those terms, you start to see the connection. 68% of foreclosure counselors indicated that many or almost all of their clients reported feeling depressed or hopeless. 37% of counselors stated that at least one client in the last month reported wanting to hurt themselves or end their life. For every 100 foreclosed properties in a community, emergency room and hospital admissions increased 7.2% for hypertension, 8.1% for diabetes, 12% for anxiety, and over 38% for suicide attempts. So this is where the community health providers come in as well. They're also seeing an increase of clients as a result of this. And even if you're not in foreclosure, just being in an area that has a house going through foreclosure or has been foreclosed upon, being near that can cause an increase in blood pressure. So it affects more than just the person going through, and I think that's really important to understand. So now that you've heard all this, what can we do? Well, continue advocating for additional funding for foreclosure prevention counseling is really key. As I was stating, nationally, figures are getting better. The foreclosure rates are going down, but not necessarily in New Jersey. And so it's important to let lawmakers know that this is still an issue here in New Jersey. We still need funding. And even if nationally they're not going to provide funding anymore, we need to make sure that local providers are recognizing this and advocating for funding. And understanding that everyone is a stakeholder in this epidemic. Like I was saying, if you work, I'm sure one of your coworkers is going through this. If you have children, I'm sure one of their classmates is going through this. This is not necessarily something that we talk about a lot, but it's something that you'd be surprised how many people were going through it. I always tell homeowners that come into my office, if I could let you go through my files, which you can't, obviously, but if I could, you would be surprised with the addresses that you see, not only with the towns, some really wealthy towns, such as Rumson, Fairhaven, and also just people on your street. You don't necessarily know that people on your street are going through this, but they are. And just realizing the effects that it has on all areas of our lives. And then once we understand that we all are essentially stakeholders, having more people, having more of us get involved in creating, implementing, and then expanding assistance programs. Also, public health officials isn't necessarily something we correlate with foreclosure, but we really should. We need them to get more involved with foreclosure counselors so that homeowners can get access to resources. I happen to have a background in social work, but not all foreclosure prevention counselors do. They come from a variety of backgrounds. So will they even be able to spot the signs that someone might be going through something emotionally, psychologically? And then when we talk about stabilizing neighborhoods and restoring property values, we need to also discuss the psychological, the social, and the health effects of foreclosure. These are all things that aren't talked about now, but they really need to be part of the conversation. And we need to realize that foreclosure is not an isolated incident. It doesn't only affect the family going through it, but there are far-reaching implications for society as a whole. And because of that and everything that I've said, the consequences of doing nothing really are going to be drastic. So that's it. I just wanted to touch on the topic a bit. If you're interested at all about some of the studies that I was mentioning, or if you just want to read more about the interrelatedness of foreclosure, children, health, and society, these are some of the studies that I was looking at, and I definitely encourage you to take a look at them and to just start to think about foreclosure in a slightly different manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie, and for all the work that you're doing with consumers and homeowners. Our next speaker is Arnold Cohen. Arnold is the Senior Policy Coordinator at the Housing and Community Development Network of New Jersey. Prior to joining the network in 1994, Arnold began as a grassroots organizer, just like our president, organizing public policy campaigns regarding affordable housing, early childhood education, healthcare, and environmental justice. In addition to his work at the network, Arnold sits on the boards of the Coalition for Affordable Housing and the Environment and the Mercer Alliance to End Homelessness, and he's an active member of the New Jersey Anti-Poverty Network. Arnold's been instrumental in leading statewide campaigns leading to the passage of the Neighborhood Revitalization Tax Credit, the State Rental Assistance Program, and the Abandoned Properties Act. And through his efforts, the network has been recognized as a leader in advocating for affordable housing for low-income folks, revitalizing their communities, and strengthening the work of nonprofits who work in the housing area. So I'd like to welcome Arnold Cohen to our podium.
Okay. So, welcome everybody, and thank you for having me. You will not have a PowerPoint. What you got as you came in was a sheet of paper that has my talk and all the resources I'm going to be talking about, so you can have it, take it home with you, and be in touch around these important issues that we're talking about. If you didn't get one of these, there's more in the front where you came in, and if there's not enough, just give me your card and I will email it to you. So the Housing Community Development Network, who I work with, is a statewide network of nonprofits and their partners that want to create more affordable homes and want to make lower income communities better places for people to live. Many of our members are working specifically in the areas of special needs, as well as other areas of creating more affordable homes. Because what's important to realize is that as we're talking about housing for people with special needs are also eligible for any low-income housing program. And there's a lot more resources there in the total realm of housing programs. So it's important as we do advocacy to look at that whole picture. How do we create more housing opportunities for everyone who are low income? what I'm going to be talking, and that's really the gist of what I'll be sharing with you, is what is it that we all can be doing to create more opportunities for people with special needs to be able to have a safe, affordable home to live in. We heard about the great programs that HMFA currently has. All this came about because of advocacy, because we created those policies, and there's more, unfortunately, that needs to be done. If we look at the population of very low income families and individuals, a single person earning below $19,000 a year, 3/4 of that population are paying over half their income for housing. For somebody who's working a minimum wage job, they would have to work 3 full-time jobs in order to afford the fair housing, or to be able to afford a modest 2-bedroom apartment. So as we see, despite all the good work that's being done by people that we heard, more still needs to be done here. Over the past years, we've actually lost resources that were there for affordable homes. New Jersey back in 2005 put $200 million into a special needs housing trust fund. Those monies were depleted by 2011. The state in the past actually put money into development, state funds in development of homes that were affordable. Very little of that is taking place today. Federal funds for affordable homes have been slashed. For example, the 811 program, federal dollars for people with disabilities, in 2010 had $300 million in it. 2015, it went down to $218 million. And that's true of many other federal programs to help provide more homes that are affordable for people. So we all need to become more active and need to make clear that more resources need to go in this area. So I'm going to talk about what we can do on different levels of government. On a local level, each suburban town in New Jersey has to come up with what's called their Fair Share Housing Plan. What used to be known as COA has now been taken over by the courts. New Jersey is the only state in the nation that has a constitutional obligation for each municipality to plan and zone for where its affordable homes can be located. Each town is now in the process of putting together its plan for the courts, and we're seeing success with that. Towns like Edison and Plainsboro had just agreed to put scattered site housing for people with disabilities throughout their community. As people living in these towns, we need to advocate with our local governments that they put together a plan that recognizes the needs of people with disabilities and plans for where those people will be housed. As residents in those communities, when those plans are coming before planning board, before the city council, we need to be vocal. We need to support those plans. So a lot of folks saying, not in my backyard, we don't want people with disabilities in our communities. We need to be vocal and say, they're our neighbors, they need to be here, they need to be part of our community. On a statewide level, we need to, the governor has just announced 500 new vouchers for people that are homeless, and there's requests for proposals that are out there for that. The state budget includes 500 new housing vouchers for the developmentally disabled, for them to be moving out of institutions into independent living. We need to be supporting those efforts that our state government is doing along those lines. And then there's legislation that is before the legislature that we need to be supporting. Senator Lesniak has a bill to create a new $600 million tax credit for mixed income housing. Half of it would be affordable, and of that, 13% would be affordable to people of very low incomes. Again, an individual making $19,000 a year. That would give HMFA more resources to be able to address those needs that are there in our communities. There's another piece of legislation to create 1,000 new vouchers for under the state rental assistance program. And the New Jersey does have a New Jersey Housing Trust Fund, and we should urge the governor and the budget to be using those dollars for capital to be able to create new affordable homes for people throughout the state. The network that I work for is going to have a legislative day on June the 16th. We invite you all to come to join us so that we can help educate our legislators around these needs for more resources on a state level. On a federal level, we need to have a strong HUD budget to support all these programs. Although there's a specific piece of the HUD budget for people with disabilities, as I said, whether it's public housing, whether it's home dollars, community development block grant dollars, all those programs can also support people with disabilities, and we need to make sure those dollars are there. As Tony said, the low-income housing tax credit is the program to be able to help provide rental housing opportunities for people with low incomes. We need to make sure that program stays strong. There's always threats to it, and there's legislation out there that you'll see in the handout to increase and put more dollars into that program. We need to be supporting that. For the first time, we will there's what's called a National Housing Trust Fund, which is specifically dedicated for the needs of people with very low incomes. That's a new program. For the first time, we will be receiving dollars for this program. New Jersey will be receiving $177 million. This summer it will be allocated. The state is putting together a plan on how it will be using that money. And we need to make sure the National Housing Trust Fund continues to be funded. There's threats in Congress to defund it. And again, there are legislation to increase funding for that, to make changes to the mortgage interest deduction. Right now, the housing subsidy dollar on a federal level goes primarily to homeowners in the form of a mortgage interest deduction. We'd like to see that changed so that more of those dollars go to the National Housing Trust Fund to support the needs of low-income renters, as well as homeowners. So the network, in conjunction with SHA and Monarch Housing and other groups, will be going down to Washington on July the 13th for what we call a congressional reception. And we'll have buses leaving from different parts of the state to bring people there so that we can, again, help educate our congressional delegation on the importance of a strong HUD budget and supporting programs like low-income housing tax credit and National Housing Trust Fund. Finally, I always want to say a word about lead poisoning, which has been out there very strongly in the press, and it's important that we prevent future generations of becoming disabled. And as we know, lead poisoning is one way in which a young child that's exposed to lead can become disabled. We need to there's legislation in the state to require the inspection of 1- and 2-family rental dwellings that were built before 1978 for lead. This is critical. In many cities, about half the renters live in 1- and 2-family homes, and we can't wait until a child is tested and is discovered to have lead poisoning. We need to prevent it by inspecting the homes in which those children live to make sure that there's not lead dust and they're not ingesting lead paint. And another piece of legislation to do that would be to have an inspection anytime a 1- or 2-family home gets turned over, is sold, to make sure, again, there is not lead dust or lead paint there. So this is not rocket science. We know how to create housing opportunities for people with disabilities, for low-income folks. What is needed is the will. What's needed is the advocacy from all of us to help make it happen. And I look forward to joining with you so that together we can make those changes that are needed so everyone in New Jersey can have a safe, affordable home that they can live in. Thank you.
Arnold, thank you for that, and thank you for all the work you do on this topic. Very much appreciated by all of the nonprofits that work in the field. Our final speaker is going to be Steve Leader, my good friend and colleague. We've worked together for many years. Steve is a former managing attorney at the Trenton office of the Community Health Law Project, where we serve folks with mental health issues, developmental disabilities, visual impairments, folks with HIV and AIDS, and folks with physical disabilities. Steve's efforts have not only been in individual casework, but he's also been very active in the Mercer County community over the years, going back to Mayor Arthur Holland's task force on hunger and homelessness in the 80s, one of those programs which resulted in a United Nations International Year of the Homeless Award. Steve has also served as the chairman of the board of the Trenton Area Soup Kitchen and on the board of the New Jersey Community Loan Fund. Steve's a graduate of Southwestern University School of Law in Los Angeles and Rutgers University. And with that, I'd like to introduce Steve Leader.
Thanks, Stu. Stu's told me that since I was last on the program and everyone would run late, that I would basically not have to do very much. So unfortunately, everyone was so prompt and punctual, so this is a little bit of a problem. But I do want to talk about just one thing, and I don't want to bring everyone down, but I think it's an important situation. At the Law Project, we work with a number of disabled individuals that have housing crises. Emergency housing is the term. Many of these individuals are on general assistance, TANF, or SSI benefits. And through circumstances, they've lost their housing. And the issue of time limits on emergency assistance has been a long-term issue in New Jersey. Last July, a gaping hole was created in the social safety net in regards to emergency housing for these individuals. It affects many disabled individuals, people with families and children, to seniors. Basically, the best way to explain it to you is to give you a little bit of background. The issue of homelessness and emergency assistance has been around since the 90s. And in a series of 1993 to 1995, there was a whole series of cases, and it went up to the Supreme Court. At that point, they were talking about a 5-month time limit for emergency assistance. And the Supreme Court in New Jersey, in the case of LT, said that we have a society where we would not have that kind of situation. I'm going to quote from LT. It says, however, although there are no rankings in a category of human suffering, surely homelessness represents something utterly devastating to the human spirit. As a society may be offended by the presence of homeless people among us, they are a silent rebuff to our way of life. Once pitied, the homeless are now censored, but the consequences of their status cannot be denied. Reports about documenting a gradual but inexorable disintegration of body and mind wrought by homelessness. The Supreme Court at that point said, if we have a situation where a person is trying to do everything they can do within their ability to prevent their homelessness, they need to have a shelter. There needs to be a fallback position. And if they say that for some reason the legislature deems otherwise, we will then address whether there's a constitutional right to shelter as brought forth in the New Jersey State Constitution. Unfortunately, in 1997, the New Jersey legislature did put a time limit on emergency assistance. In that statute, it basically said that people were entitled to 12 months of emergency assistance, and there could be 2 additional 6-month extensions of that for extreme hardship. But the other thing that put into that was they said that if there could be created pilot programs, so for people devastated by the form of homelessness, had done everything in their power to not have this emergency arise, or through their disability needed a reasonable accommodation for that, then this pilot programs could help these individuals extend that time limit. Those pilot programs were initiated the pilot programs were 3-year of length. They were initiated every 3 years since 1997. So there was always that fallback position for people that were experiencing homelessness. And as Stu said earlier, many of these people are on $764 a month. Some of these people are on general assistance. They get $210 a month. There's not housing for that individuals. Some of them have multiple, basically, barriers to housing that makes their cases more difficult. And as such, that's why these pilot programs were set up. They had nice names. One was called SHAP, Supportive Housing Assistance Program. Then the next one was called HAP, Housing Assistance Program. One of the problems we discovered 3 years ago or 4 years ago was between the SHAP and the HAP, there was a gap. There was like 6 months that there was no program. It was devastating. People were coming to us all the time. There was problems. Okay? Then HAP came in. HAP expired in July of this year. And there was a program instruction. No more pilot program was initiated. They were talking about a new pilot called phase, but they never did it. So what ended up happening is we had a number of people, severely disabled individuals, that in July received notices, you are being basically cut off from your housing subsidy. What happened? The legislature took up a bill that said they would want to try to reestablish the provision that for disabled populations, and the 4 disabled populations are parents or other relatives caring for a disabled child residing that requires full-time care. The second one is permanently disabled individuals. 3, people over 60 years of age. And 4, chronic unemployable as defined by the commissioner. For those 4 categories, they shouldn't have a time limit. That doesn't mean they get a free ride. What they'd have to set up is a case plan. Every 6 months, that case would be reviewed, and they'd have to do every requirement of the program in regard to continue getting that emergency assistance, but they wouldn't be put into the street. That's the key. There'd be a fallback position. Unfortunately, I'm sad to announce that last week, Governor Christie conditionally vetoed that legislation, extending the extension for the 4 times. Because of that, he basically, the veto, while it was a conditional veto, it was really tantamount to a full veto, in that it essentially put back the situation as it presently exists. So now we are again faced with what we do with those individuals, because that's what the situation's coming. People are coming to our doors that have been no longer eligible for emergency assistance. Many of those individuals can't even, the only recourse is shelters, and for many of these individuals, shelters are inappropriate placements for these people. Now, the Department of Human Services, to their credit, did develop in December, 6 months after the safety net was set up, basically another program called the ICM program. It's in every different county, Integrated Case Management. To their credit, as I said, they were trying to put a patch on the safety net, where the legislation would repair a permanent fix of the safety net. That patch is due to expire at the end of June. It said that for those individuals that had exceeded the EA time limits, they could be put into this ICM program for a period of about 6 months. There are a number of other problems that I have with the ICM program, but at least I think it was a good faith attempt by the administration to deal with the situation. My concerns are it's not an entitlement program, but my biggest concern is what happens at the end of 6 months? June is coming. What has to happen when people come to us at that point? I told you I'd depress you, didn't I? Okay. I'm not sure what the answer is, whether there's a number of different advocacy groups that are working on this, trying to come up with a solution. I think any information that could be helpful, the Anti-Poverty Network, Arnold's group is very active in this coalition. I think we need to try to put our heads together to come up with a solution, because we are going to see more and more people affected by this. And this is just not the 3,000 people that were thrown off last July. This also affects new people coming in that have gone over that 12-month limit, or 24 months limit if they had the 2 extensions, and have a new emergency. And it may be very solvable if emergency assistance is given. If not, their whole lives may spiral down into hopelessness and despair. As was said before, the question is, do we want to be a society, as an LT said, that does not condone disabled people becoming homeless? That is the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And as you can see, Steve is one of the most passionate, dedicated advocates we have in the state of New Jersey for folks with disabilities. And I'm really honored to work with you all these years. So thank you for everything you do and have done. So we have a few minutes left for questions and answers from the audience. I'm wondering if I can get a couple of volunteers from the Community Health Law Project to handle the microphones for anyone who might not be able to get up and stand up and use the microphone to ask their question. Thank you, Melissa. So with that, I think we have all our panelists up here, and I invite you to approach the microphone or raise your hand if you'd like it brought to you, and we'll go ahead and try to ask the panel whatever you're interested in. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you have a microphone right there.
What I just mentioned? Yeah. Well, I'm going to turn this also over to Arnold, because he's much more, none with advocacy. But I would think that one of the things is that there needs to be. Is this on?
Yeah.
Hello?
I think the question was,
All right, I'm sorry.
the question was, what can we as individuals do to advocate for some of the fixes to the problems that were addressed this morning?
But particular this EA, you were talking about the emergency assistance issue? Okay. Yeah, I think you have to have your voices made known to everybody that you can in regard to that, whether it's to your legislators, whether it's to, Arnold, if you can help me, any situation about the plight that this is happening. We were really somewhat surprised that this would have been vetoed the way the conditional veto in regard to that. I think that there needs to be focus on this. These individuals, as the months go on, it's going to be winter again. And there are a number of shelters that won't even take people in without EA. And people are hitting the streets more and more. One of the problems that has come up is that the administration initially, when that issue was brought up, indicated there really were no people that were victims of this situation. I think the victims of these situations need to be somehow identified and somehow be told. Their stories need to be told. And I think at that point maybe something will address it, whether it be a new pilot program that would fix, as I said, for 18 years, we had a patch that worked. It wasn't the greatest patch in the world, the pilot programs, but it worked. It saved people from being devastated, okay? Maybe the answer is a new pilot program to address it. It's still in the legislation. You can do pilot programs. Let's develop a new pilot program. This ICM is not a pilot program. It's a program instruction. It's not even at that level. The pilot program would at least allow us to go back to where we were before July. Not perfect, but much better than it is today. Arnold, anything?
I think you covered it well.
Can I just add one thing?
Yes.
I know it's. While I think there should be this gap filler, part of the dilemma has been that we have people we don't have enough permanent affordable homes out there. So we keep having to fill, opportunities for people who keep running out of, a benefit. So my thinking is, just one person's humble opinion, that we misspend a lot of our public funds. It costs about $10,000 a day for somebody who uses an emergency room. And many people use an emergency room not because they're having a health problem, although they are. The reason they're having a health problem is because they don't have a place to live and they're not eating properly. And they're using it as a bed and shelter for the night. If we start redeploying money that's being inappropriately used throughout our entire system, I think we will have many more opportunities for permanent housing that is very much needed by this particular gap population as well as the rest who are out there.
Yes, ma'am.
No,
I think there's definitely gaps in the emergency assistance issues. There's gaps with the veterans that are 10 or 20% service connected immediately don't qualify for EA or GA, which immediately disqualifies them for EA, therefore leaving only about 5 or 6 walk-in shelters throughout 14 counties in New Jersey. So you're talking about a huge problem. There's only about 5 walk-in shelters that I can think of in the 14 counties. So that's one of the things that I think definitely has to get addressed is the emergency assistance in this state, for sure, for disabilities and for just regular folks that seem to be gliding under the radar because they pull in about 210 or 137 or whatever it may be. I had a question for Mr.
Excuse me, I don't think your microphone is working.
I'm sorry.
it's working. Just turn it towards you.
Is it working now?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, can everyone hear? Okay.
So you had brought up applying for the $150 million for the hardest hit.
Yes.
Has that application been put in?
We were advised last week from the U.S. Department of Treasury that our application has to be submitted very shortly, and we hope to close on that sometime at the end of June. If that's the case, the Homekeeper program will be operational sometime in July.
So that's good for the 2 minutes that it's open. So then I just had a quick question because it closes in about 24 hours.
Well, we did do 6,000 applications.
Exactly. No, I'm just saying it's just like open and then by 5 o'clock it's closed. So that's it. But in terms of you had mentioned the transition out of home ownership that some of that $115 million was going to go to. What does that mean really?
Okay. When we were advised that we were going to get more money, and as I had hoped to get $150 million, we got $115. We were advised also that if we wanted to submit an application for additional programs, different programs, we could do so. However, when we spoke to them last week, they indicated that initially all the money has to be put into an existing program. So we are electing to put it into Homekeeper at this point. Subsequent to that, we can then begin to apply for new programs, i.e. a transition program. We haven't figured out exactly what it'll be, but we've looked at some other states that have done this type of transition program. And the hope is that we'll have some assistance to transition them out of a failed home ownership situation into a more stable rental situation. So it could mean a variety of things, including your security deposit, paying off some existing bills to stabilize themselves. So we haven't finalized it. If you want to submit some ideas, don't hesitate. You can get my information. I have cards. You can speak to me afterwards.
So part of the 115 or separate?
Yes, it would be part of the $115 million. We don't know how much. We're going to allocate this 115 in the arenas that we think are the most significant.
Yeah, I mean, because 60% isn't, I mean, it's good, you know, it is what it is, but I'm just saying that other 40% needs to then figure out how to transition. And so it would be helpful if you could have some TFA or something to go towards that security deposit.
Without question, we believe that there's a need for that type of program, and we'll try to estimate a budget. Now, we'll put in a request, if we get it approved by U.S. Treasury, and we find that it's one that's being used significantly, we can, and other programs aren't being used, we can alter the budget a little bit. And I'm also hopeful that in the future, there will be some more money available.
Yeah, I mean, because TFA administration is very difficult. You have to have people doing that, agents of doing that right directly to landlords. So I think that would be a lot, but I mean, you know, you could shoot for the stars. You know, the other question real quick was to this Mr. Cohen. Where's the June 16th? Where's the legislative day?
Let me just.
Here's yours.
Yeah, the legislative day is
yours.
in Trenton, and if you go to our website, which I said it will be in Trenton, and the information it will be on our website. It's on the sheet I gave out, but it's www.hcdnnj.org, and hope to see you there.
Hi, this is a question for, well, Stephanie or actually anybody who can help. Regarding like the options for the foreclosure prevention, I'm just wondering if there's any type of possibility of having regulations that set the banks, requirements for the banks to actually work with the homeowners as far as going through like mediation or anything like that. Just working with consumers, I found that they would work with, you know, various attorneys in the mediation, like the court-ordered mediation process or even short sales. It was a regular thing with consumers where they would go through this process, the bank would lay out their requirements, their expectations, the consumers would meet all the expectations, the banks would turn around and change the terms constantly, and this was actually an ongoing process that basically just, they were looking to regain their losses. And this was just a continuous loop. And a lot of the consumers ended up going into foreclosure after years of going through this process.
I mean, it's hard to really regulate a lot of the big financial institutions. You know, you've seen the heads of a lot of the big banks be brought in front of Congress, and they quiz them, and they ask them, and they grill them about why they do what they do, and why aren't they helping more people. But there's not a lot that I think that can be done to really force them to really work with homeowners. You know, the financial institutions that did receive money from Treasury are required to review homeowners for the HAMP program. If they can give a satisfactory reason to deny them for the program, there's a HAMP escalation center that we can follow up with if we don't agree with it, but there's not that much more that can be done. A lot of the big financial institutions have instituted escalation contacts for HUD-certified counseling agencies, which is extremely helpful because things frequently fall through the cracks, and decisions are made that, frankly, don't make a lot of sense. So if that happens, we can go to an actual person, because you have to also remember a lot of these financial institutions are quite big, and they have systems in place, and the person that you're calling on the phone, all they're doing is following their script. They can't deviate from that. They can't really make a common sense decision to say, well, that makes a whole lot of sense. The mortgage company will actually save money by doing that. A lot of times with these escalation contacts, we can get that. So, you know, you mentioned the mediation program. Housing counselors were a part of that at one point, and then funding was cut for housing counselors. So at least our agency, no longer participates in it because there's no funding for it. That was helpful to a certain extent because you, once again, were dealing with an attorney who was more or less thinking with their head and could go back to their client and say, hey, this, you know, what you're asking for a profit and loss for this business. The business doesn't exist anymore. They have no profit and loss. So if you keep asking for this same document over and over again, you're never going to get it. And if the mortgage company doesn't get the document they want, then they don't finish reviewing the homeowner for their options because it's considered an incomplete application. So it's kind of like catch-22 things like this. So if you can just get to an actual person who can use their brain and make decisions, you can cut through a lot of that. So mediation was good for things like that, but I also found that The mediators didn't really have a lot of power, so if the mortgage company came back and said, I didn't review your client's application in the last 30 days, okay, then please review the client's application. We'll come back in another 30 days. And so things like that would happen, too, where you just, once again, be caught in this bureaucracy. So I don't really know if there's a good answer to that. I've been doing this for 8 years, and I haven't found one, because these are private institutions, a lot of them, the financial institutions. How do you make them do anything?
I would agree with Stephanie. It's hard to make them do something. But I think the very first step is to get your client hooked up with a housing counselor, a HUD-certified housing counselor. In our material, you'll see our foreclosure fact sheets, which list a lot of different programs that address some of your questions and concerns. I suggest you take one of them. And I have to agree with you and Stephanie that the banks, especially in the beginning, were very, very, very difficult to deal with. After the litigation and they lost and there was settlement, they've improved somewhat. I'm not going to say they're the most helpful group to deal with, but I still would encourage using a housing counselor, getting into a program, a mediation program. And we're hopeful that we're going to be able to use the Homekeeper program, once it's activated again, to provide some dollars to back up the request for the remodifications of the loans. We'll see what happens, but you do need to have some kind of incentive, and we're hopeful that'll be more successful, because initially we were trying to use Homekeeper to incentivize the banks to actually do a modification as part of our loan package. We couldn't get anywhere, so we dropped that as one of our requirements because we weren't doing anything with it. We're hopeful that this time around we'll be able to actually end up with a realistic type of modification.
Was the funding for the mediation, was that cut statewide or just per county, by county?
As far as I know, it was cut statewide.
Statewide? Okay.
I think agencies can choose to participate if they want to, if they have other funding sources to cover it.
Okay.
So there's a piece of legislation before the Assembly Housing Committee this Thursday to codify, to make law, that mediation program, to create a source of funding for that program that would come from the banks themselves, and then to require housing counseling, because as Tony said, that's a critical piece of it. So we're hopeful that that will move forward in the legislature, and I can get you that bill number so you can help to advocate for it.
The Homekeeper program does provide funding to counselors, so we're hopeful that will help a little bit in that regard.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm a parent. I'm not here with any organization. I'm just here for myself, advocating for my daughter. I did speak with Gail earlier before the presentation, and I'm hopeful she might be able to give me some personal information regarding my question. However, possibly there are other parents in the audience that might have a similar question. So it is for all of the panel. I have a special needs daughter who has lived successfully for almost 10 years in a building down in Old Bridge. It's under a voucher system called a project-based voucher. I think it's a state voucher. It specifically says it's not Section 8, it's not federally subsidized. I'm thinking it's state, it's Department of Community Affairs. Her voucher is due to expire in January. However, 9.5 years ago when we signed it, part of the contract said it may be extended depending upon the availability of funding. So she's been a success. She works part-time. We subsidize her as needed. She gets by. What happens in January? Is she going to lose her very substantial funding? Is she going to get thrown out on the street? Are we going to have to step in and do this, give her the funding she's been used to? I want some advice from everyone on the panel. You can't deal with the agency. The specific agency doesn't answer their phone. They won't speak to you. The manager won't answer my email. You can't even get them to keep the appointment when you go once a year to present all your documentation. They forget their appointment. You sit there for hours. This is what we've been dealing with. It's not fun, but we do it to get the funding because she's a success, as is everyone in the building, many people in the building. We don't want it to end. So given the fact that it's project-based, can we hope that even if she doesn't get a renewal of funding, can she stay in her apartment? Or is that apartment designated project-based, and will she get, in effect, thrown out? How does it work? No one's giving us answers, and I don't really know who to talk to. And I don't want it to end. It's been wonderful.
I think Steve might be able to better answer, but I don't think she can get thrown out if she keeps paying rent, one.
Yeah. The problem is, what happens when the subsidy ends? 'Cause she's
That's a
paying her
different issue.
portion.
And that's when the parents
Okay.
step in, and it's not that easy. We're both on fixed incomes.
I actually think you really should, you live in, she's in Middlesex County?
Yes.
Okay. Depending on whether, it would be this kind of situation, whether our organization or legal services, I'm not sure, depending on nature of disability, but it sounds to me like she's got what she had as a project-based Section 8 SRAP. It's not a Section 8, it's an SRAP voucher.
Meaning State
Okay.
Rental Assistance
Yeah.
Program.
It's not Section
So,
8. I think
yeah, it's an SRAP. And what they did is they put time constraints unless you were a senior citizen. I thought it was 5 years, but they may have changed it up. But there were also, people were supposed to be put on the Section 8 waiting list when they got the SRAP. That was one of the things they were supposed to be doing for people also, so that would come in there. I think this is a pretty individualized situation. The problem of that project-based SRAP, whether that can be reasserted, there may be other alternate fundings that they may be able to come up with. Since it is project-based, project-based means it doesn't go with your daughter, it goes with that unit of property.
I understand.
So the question is, I think this needs a little bit of an individualized assessment, and I'm trying to think, depending on Stu, depending on the disability, we do Middlesex.
Yeah, we do cover for certain disability populations. We cover Middlesex County residents. If they meet our income limits, we can talk about that
Yeah, if you
individually.
could call our office, that might
Yeah.
be.
Well,
And-
there are at least 10 in the building. But the counselors, when you do get them to answer the phone, they say, maybe it'll continue. Based on your experience, do these SRAPs ever continue year by year? Or is it a definite 10-year end? You don't know.
It really depends upon the agency that's managing the housing. So you have some nonprofits that have been able to take the project-based assistance and be able to use that to capitalize the needs of the development to be able to then continue even after that ends. So it really depends upon
So it's more
who.
individual.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I took
Yeah,
so much.
and one other thing I'll just mention that you brought up, I think it would be a good idea to reach out, if you haven't already, to your legislative representatives, your state senator and assembly representatives, especially when you're not getting answers to your emails or phone calls. An inquiry from one of your elected officials would probably get more attention from the local office of that agency. And they also might be able to talk about whether anything can be done in the context of upcoming budget hearings or legislation about SRAP and the funding running out. So that would be something to also think about.
Thanks for the suggestion. Thank you.
Can I just want to, Stu, can I just make one
Sorry?
Can I just make one other comment on that?
Of course, go ahead,
Since
Gail.
we spoke earlier, I also think, we're all, many of us up here are advocates, so we'll see where this goes, but, this is a DCA, Department of Community Affairs, run, program, and so I think we all have contacts, and between the commissioner, the head of the Division of Housing, and the woman who runs the SRAP program, hopefully we'll get some information about this in a short amount of time, and then we'll give this over to the Law Project who can disseminate the information, okay? We certainly need answers, and many of these vouchers do have time limits, and it's a question of re-upping them, within budgetary constraints, and this is an important area.
Let me just say at this point, it's 10:30. We're scheduled for a break until the next workshops begin. This gentleman has been waiting patiently, so let me take this as the last question. Yes, sir.
I've worked with different disability organizations for several years. One of the most frustrating issues is actually, and I pose this to the full panel, defining who is disabled. So often, especially in the issue of housing, traditionally, if you're speaking about someone who is of low income and disabled, the housing is usually HUD-based, and that was traditionally senior citizen apartments. But today, more and more younger disabled people, and almost it's pretty much similar to the situation that I believe that the lady just before me was dealing with. There's a big shortage, and it's a dwindling pool of housing apartments for younger disabled people because the homes, the apartments, and someone had mentioned that just a word kind of changed things when it went from I believe the terms were senior citizens or disabled to senior citizens and disabled. Somehow that kind of more and more younger disabled people are now not getting that. There was traditionally a portion of senior citizen housing set aside for younger people with disabilities, but now those units are being taken up by senior citizens with disabilities. That's also cutting into a dwindling number of units available. There's, as far as emergency services, we've spoken with people in the past where, yes, there may be an emergency shelter where someone in a wheelchair is able to go there, but if it's a single mother who has a child, they may not be set up for a situation like that. I'm trying to find out what services are any of the networking groups dealing with those type of issues, or is this still just being done on a one-on-one individual basis?
Well, I'd just like to speak to your comment about availability of supportive housing. The agency has been making an attempt to integrate supportive housing in every rental project we now do. When we modified our qualified allocation plan in 2013, we incentivized our developers. They would get extra points if they put supportive housing in their application. And since 2013, every project that we have funded have at least 5% or 5 units of supportive housing in their project. 5% doesn't sound like a large number, but it now has represented hundreds of new units that have been created, and we expect that to continue going forward. As I said, every project that we finance, rental project, now has some units. And I personally think that type of integration into normal market rate and also affordable housing is the best way to deal with it. There's never going to be enough. Let me just give you that statement. But there's no limitation on senior versus non-senior supportive housing. Okay? Okay. And I would urge you to, again, get our literature. We have some information on our website that might be helpful in finding. We have something called the Housing Resource Center, and you can go online and find housing opportunities throughout the entire state by going on that HRC website.
Okay. So with that, please join me in giving a hand to all of our panelists. And we're going to take a short break, and then your next workshops will begin in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Sure.
Taking pictures now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the resident
Steve, I was going to hope
photographer.
we could mention that you and I were both zebras.
Zebras.
You want it sitting, standing?
Why don't you sit and we'll stand?
Yeah.
On his left-hand side. Here.
Oh, you want a card?
Hi, how you doing?
Please send me an email on that. I'll look
Yes,
into it for
I
you.
will. I'll email you the PowerPoint as well.
That'd be great.
Get my
Thank you.
card.
Does everyone have their flash drives back?
Yeah.
My pleasure.
Okay, she's DDD.
Yes, I do.
No, our client, she was working on her DDD contract at that point. So you brought her to Beth. Okay. Yeah, but I'm just, what county did she live in?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah.
I'm well. What can I do for you?
Okay, one second, yeah. No, Beth worked, I was the managing attorney back there. I hired her. Yeah.
You look awfully familiar. What's your name?
Oh, okay, we did Social Security.
I'm gonna walk down.
From Feaster Park? Holy
She went down to our Collingswood office, and then she retired. She had an ankle injury, and she retired.
Going back a little bit, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, Russell's
well,
not
I
working
mean,
for the
I
city.
doubt Melissa would have her
Small
number,
world,
but,
huh?
you know, because I haven't seen her in a couple of years
Really?
now.
You know,
When
I
she
was
left,
thinking
it was
about
just a matter of she
Feaster
couldn't
Park
come back to work
not too
because-
long ago. I was wondering what
Oh, yeah, I
happened.
went to the
What
wedding.
was her name?
Yeah, Ken. Ken is her husband.
Yeah, I know. Lou Good.
Bill is wonderful. He is everyone's guardian angel. He worked after he finished Social Security. He worked for us, and we'd ask him every question in the world. In the South Orange office. Yeah, in Bloomfield and South Orange office. Yeah. No, I think he left it. I mean, Bill is. He's a little older than me. I'm not going to be working much longer. You know, you talk to Bill, and besides from being so knowledgeable about Social Security, he is what I call a mensch. You just talk to him. You talk about his things, his activities that he gets involved with. He's just a human being, nice guy. I haven't heard from him since now you're telling me I'm going to tell him to give me a call because I'm trying to think if I still have his cell phone. I haven't talked to him in a while. Yeah. I think that's, yeah. No, and you realize how many people he's helped over the years for getting people on the DAC benefits? Because that was just a little project we was working with us. That people that became disabled under age 22, and then as their parents get on Social Security or pass away, get on those benefits rather than that. He's found. You know who linked us up with him was Beth. Yeah. Yeah.
She saved our life. I sat in her office crying, in your office, crying my eyes out.
Yeah, she was in that middle room without the windows. Yeah, she liked that room for some reason.
She was just so soft and nurturing for my daughter.
Well, she had been a teacher before she had been. Now, was your daughter linked with DDD at all?
Is now.
Okay, because that's the contract Beth was working on primarily. Okay, and so that question that comes up is that we call Stu because I'm concerned about this issue. Call Stu so we could see it. But the problem is DDD defunded pretty much most of the law project a couple of years ago.
Did they?
Yeah, they only for very short, small cases. Let me tell Stu. 1 second. Hey, Stu.
We're being evicted.
Hey, Stu.
Yeah.
The person that got this woman's daughter.
Just going to go back down there so I don't have to be up here.
She was a client in the law project.
Crystal Odell got her into the housing.
I know, Chris.
But Beth got her.
I'm just going to go down there. So,
Because it was she didn't realize she was earning too much money and she lost her Social Security. And
Oh, okay.
between Bill Hayden and Beth, we got it back.
Okay. So you have our number, the law project's Mercer number? Let's give it a card. Yeah, it is. If not, I'll try to find a card.
Oh, you're welcome, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Glad you could make it tonight.
I mean, if it comes down to her using her.
But I want to try to figure out because a lot of times they're not going to want to. This is just not your daughter. There's 10 people in that building. That's why Stu's suggestion that this is something that your local legislature, even your town official, might want to know, because this is a situation whether they can come over and get COC vouchers for them or some other type, where they should be prioritized.
And I
Yeah.
hope this isn't a conflict of interest. Just our town opened a waiting list.
Stu, there's glasses. Stu, don't move. Just.
Oh, thank you, Steve.
But, excuse me, please call their office. We talk, okay, ask for Stu or me. Either one of us is fine. Okay, great. The card? I'm not sure. On the literature has all our offices. I'm the only lawyer in the world who doesn't like to carry a card. Because, how can I help you? Okay. To me? Yeah.
Lisa is probably your first best. And
So, are you recently admitted, or you've been practicing for a while? Excuse me?
every of our packages that has okay, good. It'll give you some of the programs. But Lisa will help you. All right. Katan is running our home teacher program. Now, I don't know how far back you are
Interested in this area?
foreclosure and what caused the foreclosure.
I'll tell you, a good person for veteran stuff.
Program that I mentioned, we did
Like right now,
up to 48
there's been a big push
to
to eliminate veteran homelessness.
stabilize.
Mercer County, they have this
He runs that program, which is an operation, yeah, it will be within the next couple of
major
months.
thing. So if you call, just Google, go on the website, Mercer Alliance End Homelessness.
I would
Arnold's
definitely call Lisa
board
first,
member there.
and then
They'll have a lot of stuff on their veterans. Arnold Cohen.
most of our programs aren't directly to us. You don't come to us to get it. You have to go to a counseling agency.
And you go on to Mercer Alliance End Homelessness because they've done such a nice veteran project.
Yes, you do.
Because there's a lot, even in this, Chuck Richman just announced 500 new vouchers, 400 for chronic homeless, and 100
Your house is just trying to keep
veterans.
Oh, it's her
So,
name. And you're going to be with her?
veterans are in
Well, you're going to be with her in the homekeeper house.
And
You don't
that-
need it. Yeah.
Yeah, so
If you don't keep the house, I would suggest that look for the housing resource center, all right? It's HRC. I'll write that down. HRC, Housing Resource Center. And Lisa will help you. Ask her about the HRC. And it'll tell you where we funded housing throughout the state of New Jersey. Give you the phone.
private nonprofit. We do get some state funded, but we're not part of government. No, we're private nonprofit. They are part of our funders, but we advocate, and we are a private nonprofit. Tony works for HMFA, which is a state, but not a, she's a state government. Can't do it, you gotta ask them out there and help Hi, nice to meet you. Steve Leader. Did you take my name?
You're going to go first.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So we can start off with
Appreciate your interest. Give us a call. Go on the
questions,
website.
issues
for
you've
Mercer
got.
Alliance, and you'll see a lot of good information.
All of our call lines, but really concentrate on the addiction lines and just the kind of calls we're getting, what advice we're giving them.
Yep, that sounds good.
One of the things that the New Jersey Alliance is talking about is having, with this EA issue, is maybe having some sort of monitors go assist people for lay advocates to go down. That's what I was talking about. I think there were too many topics you're confusing it to. I was talking about devastation. He was talking about wonderful things. Oh, you're welcome. Good. Please go check that website, okay? No, if you notice, I had no hand. Well, let me, the person that asked is not here, but I tell you.
At the desk and they said, we have copies of one PowerPoint, which I wanted to take a picture for my photograph. But nobody else?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would think that if you go onto the individual websites,
Yeah, I'm pretty good at doing research and stuff.
because I mean, I'm just looking to see how. Oh wow,
You got to get your ass out of here.
Okay, before I get my excuse me, this lady's asking about the if there's copies of the PowerPoints. She works for DVR. We
Got to talk to them. Then you got to go to.
One of the speakers gave them one copy.
Right. So that means you got to go to the speaker. That means you'll have to go to the speakers. Okay.
Yeah. Do you know who gave the copies?
Because they haven't given us any copies.
Yeah, that's what they were telling us.
Because there'd be two others. What speaker has it? Do you know?
I think it was
Stephanie's. Gail. All right. So you can ask Tony. I mean, Tony's the director of HMFA. Ask him if they have that PowerPoint. He's right there. He did one, which I thought was pretty good. I'd like to have a copy of that. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. He's telling me, he's my boss. I got to leave when he tells me to scoot. I scoot. Now, go in the back. There's our list that has all
This one gentleman, that lady.
But there we have the law project, and it has all our different numbers. I work in a Mercer office. Okay. No. I'm Steve Leader with the law project. Arnold works for the Community Housing Network. He's right there. If you need his card, he's still there. You can just ask him.
I'm good.
Project.
What?
Yeah, there's so much stuff going on. Everyone gets confused.
Now? Oh, is this it? Is this it?
I think she's got that's this, right?
What?
Yeah. It should advance once you start your slideshow by just pressing the next button. Okay. Yeah. Oh, perfect. We are very fancy here.
Very nice. Thank you.
More high tech than I am. Good. I'm sorry? Hi, Bill. How are you? Well, we're going to start in a couple of minutes if everybody would take your seats, and if someone would just tell the people in the back, in the break room.
I'm here. I'm 3. I think you guys are.
Dave.
You're here, Vicky.
Where?
I think you're
right here.
Hold on, I'll check.
I'm last. I'm last. I think.
That's Adam.
That might be you.
Then who's at the very end?
Dave, you're going to go. You're going to go second.
Me. All right. So that on this. What's that one?
Oh, it's.
Oh, it's. Oh, okay. It's how. My coffee.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Joanne.
Hi,
nice to meet you.
Hey, how are you? Good.
My wife's in my car. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the next segment of our conference. As you can see from your brochure, the 2 workshops are going to go concurrently. One workshop, the one on reentry, is upstairs. If you go up the steps or take the elevator to the 2nd floor and work to the far side of the building, you'll see that workshop. This is the workshop dealing with addiction services. And I have great privilege to have this wonderful panel here. I think what I'll do is I'll introduce each of the panelists, as I call them, up to speak. I think that's the easiest way to do it. And we'll go right through the panel, and at the end of the panel discussions, then we'll open it up for any questions and hopefully answers. So our first speaker is going to be Joanne McCarthy, and she's a licensed professional counselor at the Mental Health Association of New Jersey, and she also is a licensed clinical alcohol and drug counselor. She is in charge of all of the hotlines or worm lines, what you like to call it, particularly one of their newest lines, which is the opiate line, where they take calls from family members, consumers, and give them advice and referral and information. The association does that through several of their lines. I have the pleasure and the privilege to be one of the vice presidents on the board. And Joanne is going to give us a little bit of a feel of what kind of calls they get and what kind of needs and issues are raised. And then I think what we're going to follow up with is Dave Roden is going to come up and speak about treatment and care as a chief operating officer for one of the treatment agencies. And then we will we'll talk a little bit about a new entity called the interim managing entity that the state has set up at Rutgers University Behavioral Health that is going to deal with a variety of issues. And then we're really pleased to have two state people here to talk about their dealings with the addiction community and Medicaid reimbursement, as well as their own activities as the state authority for opium and methadone treatment. So I think it's going to be a very interesting panel, and I hope you learn and enjoy it. So our first speaker is Joanne McCarthy.
Well, hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to talk a little bit about our new line, New Jersey Connect for Recovery, and I also want to talk a little bit about the Mental Health Association. We are one of the leading behavioral health advocates in the state of New Jersey. And some of the things we do is education and training out in the community. With consumers, we have vocational programs. We have something called the Mental Health Players, which is actually people in mental health recovery go out in the community under a director, and they put on skits about different scenarios that can arise when somebody is in crisis. I'm the director of the call center services, and we have 4 lines. We have New Jersey Mental Health Cares Helpline, and that is more of an information and referral line. However, sometimes it can go a little bit deeper. Sometimes I'll hear our specialists talking to somebody on the phone and saying, all right, let's take some breaths. Let's figure out what you need. So it's a little bit more than information and referral. It's also counseling. The other line we have is the peer recovery warm line, and that is consumers who are in their own mental health recovery, and they're on the warm line, and they're talking to people who are calling in, looking for some support and guidance. We also have the New Jersey Disaster Mental Health Helpline. We don't get a lot of calls on that anymore. That was more when Sandy was, right after the effects of Sandy. And we've recently taken on the Self-Help Clearinghouse, which is all self-help groups in the state of New Jersey, support groups, and it could be for a medical condition, it could be for grief and loss, it could be a bipolar support group, anything where people come together for self-help. So the whole story of New Jersey Connect for Recovery, the line came out of Jakarta's 2014 report, and some of the recommendations were some public education to prevent the cycle of addiction from starting or to interrupt it as soon as possible. So also more attention was recommended to mental health issues that come along with addiction, some of the co-occurring addictions like depression, anxiety, social phobia. So it was recommended that this warm line would be created for those struggling with addiction and also for their loved ones to kind of explore their concerns, right, and to gain some information. And they were looking for a safe place and a compassionate place where people could call and learn about addiction or get some type of help. So the mission statement for New Jersey Connect for Recovery is that we were established to support two distinct groups. And the first one was those concerned with their own opiate use and those who were experiencing distress related to the opiate use of a family member or a loved one. So the line itself, it's a very safe, it's a confidential line, it's non-judgmental, right? It's a place where people can call to grow, connect, and transform, hopefully. And it's a very unique combination of supportive counseling from family peer specialists and certified alcohol and drug counselors. So our website also, which is NewJerseyConnectForRecovery.org, is a place where people can also email in. Some people aren't all that comfortable picking up the phone and talking to somebody. So if they have a question, they have a concern, they can email us and we will answer them. So for individuals, when you call the line, you'll hear a recording saying, if you're calling for yourself, please press 1. If you're calling for someone else, please press 2. So if you're calling for yourself, you're going to get a certified alcohol and drug counselor, right, who is supervised by a licensed clinical alcohol and drug counselor. So they're able to assess a person to see where they're at, and they're able to just have that conversation to see what they need. A lot of times people will call in and they just want some support. They want information about treatment. What can I expect when I go into detox? What can I expect from long-term rehab? What can I expect from short-term rehab? So we also have a resource database of over 3,000 resources. So, we are able to recommend some type of resource for somebody. And we also collaborate with New Jersey's IME, the interim management entity. What we do is when somebody calls and they're uninsured or they have Medicaid, we will warm transfer them to the IME so that they can be connected with one of their specialists, go through an assessment process, and hopefully get placed into treatment. And then for people who have private insurance or they're able to self-pay, what we'll do, typically when they have private insurance, we'll ask them to we'll refer them to their insurer to hopefully find somebody in network that can help them. They can find a provider that's in network to help them get into treatment. And so for these people, it's a safe place. It's safe, it's non-judgmental, again, it's compassionate. We can help them through things like relapse prevention. We can help them identify some of their triggers of use, talking through strong cravings, and just counseling callers who aren't really sure that they have a problem at this point, but may be thinking, they may be in pre-contemplation, kind of heading towards contemplation, thinking, I might have a problem. I think I might need to speak to someone. And then we also offer them follow-up calls. So if they're interested, we will say, can we call you back in a couple of days? Just to see how you're doing. And a lot of people will say, yeah, I'd really appreciate that. Please call me back. Others will say, no, I think I'm okay. So, then we won't follow up with them. So for families and friends who are calling, that's when you first call and you press prompt 2 if you're calling for someone else. Again, it's a safe, confidential place for them. Again, they're going to get some compassionate support. And the people who are on that line are peer recovery specialists. So they are in themselves in recovery. They have had a loved one who has gone through the addiction process. They've gone through their own recovery program. A lot of them are in a 12-step program like Al-Anon or Nar-Anon. They know what it's like they have the shared experience with the caller. So a lot of times people will just call and say, I don't know what to do. I'm at my wit's end. And, they're able to meet them where they're at because they're peers. They're able to recommend some best practice models for them, maybe their own program, getting into their own recovery, address some codependency, and just helping them to gain some awareness of the rescuing behaviors and also learning to detach with love. So for the callers who are calling about themselves and are identifying as having a substance use disorder, most of them are looking for treatment. They're looking for placement in a facility, that provides detox or short-term rehab, inpatient rehab. The majority of our calls are people who are just looking for treatment. I'm ready to go. So, as I said, we will warm transfer them to the IME if they're Medicaid or if they are uninsured. And another trend we're seeing is a lot of people are calling for medication-assisted treatment, right? They're looking for physicians, they're looking for hospitals and clinics that provide treatment with buprenorphine, with Vivitrol, with Suboxone. So what we've done is we've actually started calling a lot of the providers in New Jersey who prescribe and asking them what rates they're charging. What we're seeing is rates for a consultation can go anywhere from $120 to $450. So at least we're able to give that information to our callers. And again, as I said, we transfer folks to the IME who have Medicaid or uninsured. So we do a lot of supportive counseling and education, too, about the treatment process. We had one caller, I remember, was kind of stood out because this person was going into treatment the next day and was very, very anxious about it and just asked one of our counselors, can you please just stay on the phone with me? Can you please just talk to me? I'm so anxious about this. And one of our CADCs stayed on the phone with that person, and actually his shift ended up being up, and he transferred to the person who was coming on. They stayed on the phone. And one of the things that was remarkable to me was that person went into treatment, and as a former clinician in a short-term rehab, I know that phone calls aren't allowed that often. So we used to allow our people one phone call a week. Well, this person used that one phone call to call our CADC just to say, I'm here, I'm in treatment, I'm doing well, and I'm going to follow up with you when I get out. And they have heard from the person. So, it's been quite some time that person's been sober. Now, for the family and friends, what we're finding is most people are calling in and they're very anxious about their loved one. They want to know how they can help that person. So we're finding that there's just a great need out there in the community for education about the disease of addiction and how families are altered by it. So we try to provide that for them, and we try to help them to understand that addiction's a family disease. Everybody in the family is going to be affected by the person who has the substance use disorder. We try and provide some interventions, some short-term interventions for them, things like, have you ever read Codependent No More? Have you ever read the book Boundaries? Are you able to, just make some choices for yourself? Then once in a while, I'll hear one of the counselors say something like, so, you've told me about your loved one, but what about you? How are you doing? How are you coping? And most people are just so taken aback. A lot will say, nobody has ever asked me that. So what we try to do is reframe it and help them to understand that you need your own treatment as well, because you're just as affected as a person who's, with a substance use disorder. And we try and provide some referrals for them for support groups. We talk about Al-Anon, we talk about Nar-Anon. Not everybody wants to go to a 12-step group. We talk about parent support groups where they can get some information and some education about the disease. We also tell them that if they have somebody in their home who's using opiates, Go to a Narcan training. Learn how to administer Narcan. That would empower you. You know, if a situation comes up in your home, you'll know how to administer it. So we give them referrals to the trainings. We tell them, you know, where the trainings are. We also recommend that they drop off their unused prescription medications. You know, call your local police station, find out where the drop-off box is. Get rid of those things. Get them out of your house. So, and we also, you know, we just encourage them to begin their own recovery by attending education and support groups of any type that they can. And some people call us back. You know, they'll continue to call us, and you know, it's difficult for them. I know it's difficult for some people to walk into a 12-step group. So we also tell them about the online groups, and you know, you can go online, you can do phone groups. There's lots of resources out there. So you know, our mission is to hook them up with what they need at that time, and for us to just meet them where they're at, and maybe plant a seed and get them thinking about their own recovery process. So if anybody has any questions or would like to reach out to us, you know, I'll be happy to give you my card, but at the end, you know, we'll have questions, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Joanne. Appreciate it. Our next speaker is David Rodin, who is a certified licensed social worker and alcohol and drug counselor. He's also the vice president and chief operating officer of the New Hope Foundation, which is a treatment program and service agency in Monmouth County. And it's a pleasure to have Dave here today.
Thank you, Harold. I'm Dave Rodin from New Hope Foundation. Good afternoon, everybody. I don't have a real PowerPoint or anything. New Hope's in its 40th year of serving people with addiction treatment, and it was great to hear the Mental Health Association's new call line. You know, another piece of this coordinated community approach to addressing, you know, the serious problem of addiction in our communities, you know, which also includes, you know, prevention, treatment, and now even first responders are on board. And so, you know, it's good to see some of the, you know, changes in the mindset around addiction in recent years. But anyway, New Hope Foundation, don't really want to turn it into an advertisement. I just want to say that we provide a lot of services so that you'll understand what we do and where, you know, what I'm discussing is coming from. New Hope is contracted for our residential services with 17 of the 21 counties. We also participate in the state's fee-for-service network, where our outpatient programs are Medicaid providers. We operate the Open Door here in New Brunswick, Epiphany House, and we have Tara Castellini, our director, here today in the audience. And Epiphany House we have in Long Branch for women with addiction issues. It's a transition to the real world, basically to the worlds of work, and it's a halfway house program where they would get a job while they're there and also get professional counseling, usually in the evening. And then in Asbury, we also have 10 beds. In addition to the 18 beds we have there, 10 of them are for women with their young children. So they can have 3 children up to 12 years old with them. And, you know, we also serve pregnant women in the Asbury House, and they can be on methadone. We coordinate with Jersey Shore Health Services for that. So, you know, that's a very important program to us. Tara was here for the discussion about housing, because we also have some housing units over there for when people complete treatment, and some recovery housing, you know, and so, you know, we're interested. We're trying to address this on many levels. So, you know, our clients come with all that hierarchy of needs, beginning with housing and food, and particularly our women and with children. Tara helps them get a lot of good help. We also operate men's halfway houses in Marlborough and Long Branch. Philip House in Long Branch, Maddie House is in Marlborough, and they too connect people with jobs and kind of lead them back on the road to sober living and putting their life back together after they receive, usually short-term treatment or some type of treatment, long-term treatment before that. Very important programs. There's certainly there's a scarcity of men's and women's halfway houses in the state, and some of the new things that are going on, the rates have been, generally for addictions. I know there's a lot of discussion about it, but generally have been welcomed, and so we're happy about that. And looking at some expansion options. But our main building, and we also have outpatient in Freehold and outpatient at the Phillip House program, which is also the men's halfway house in Long Branch. Our main building is in Marlboro. We have 140 beds. 18 of those beds are for detox. 80 of those beds are for adult residential services, and 42 of those beds are for adolescent services, 4 of those beds being for adolescent detoxification, which we were recently licensed for by the Department of Children and Family Office of Licensing. So we deal with the children's system of care, with our adolescent program, as well as with the Division of Mental Health and Addiction Services. So we work with the CMOs, the care management organizations, and we, help to connect these kids with these wraparound services in the community. And it's a great advantage for them to have a care manager when they leave treatment or when they're even coming into treatment. I did want to, I know that Manny and people are going to be talking about the IME and some of the changes to the system. And our detoxification unit is a very busy place. We in a typical day get at least 50 calls for detoxification services. Now, you got to remember that these are people that are looking for help. Most of them are actively using. Most of them are using opiates. Still some alcohol, and more we're seeing benzodiazepine, Xanax and stuff, addiction. And, so these are people that are asking for help. And I just feel, we turn over about 8 beds a day, and we sometimes get 50 calls, So we'd really like, from a business model, you'd say, well, why wouldn't New Hope expand those services? Well, there's a lot of factors that have to do with that, but just the person themselves that's calling and wants help, that person, if they're actively using, maybe, injecting drugs so they're at risk for further or to infect themselves with, particularly hepatitis C seems to be rampant, and certainly HIV and such, and then all the crime and family destruction that goes along with the addiction process. So it's very, it's a very big concern to us. So why, with all this demand, and I know that a couple of Januaries ago, we had approximately 500 calls for service of people that were looking for help, and we admitted about 150 people. So why wouldn't we expand these services? And we'd love to, but one of the factors, so all the advocates in the room, there's something called the IMD exclusion, which prevents Medicaid from paying for inpatient programs if they're bigger than 16 beds. So how does that affect us? The Medicaid would be kind of like a continuous funding stream. Right now, if a person has Medicaid, they're automatically eligible for this county funding and such that we're very fortunate to have. Again, was from 17 of the 21 counties, and but those grants are limited, and they run out. And we have a great fee-for-service system in New Jersey. And that, too, could run out. So, I think the key to expanding, Medicaid will pay for somebody over 65 and somebody 19 or 20 years old, but 21 on up, I think it is, they're not eligible for that. So we're hoping that's some changes. There's a lot of discussion at the federal level and at the state level, maybe putting it in the next waiver. And I know that Najama sent out an advocate, press the button the other day and tell your senator to try to, change or modify the IME. Some of the thoughts are the purpose of the IME, Institute for Medical Disease, was to limit stays of people in state psychiatric hospitals, and it covers addiction treatment too. So it was really there to to stop like long-term care in a mental facility. So there's talk about maybe putting a 14-day limit on it or whatever, but if there was just some way that we could, get that, I think that would be a real key to the puzzle. I've been in addiction treatment for myself for over 25 years, and I've seen a lot of changes through the years, and New Hope's embraced those changes. I know Adam works closely with the docs at the state level with medicated assisted treatment, and we provide Suboxone in our detoxification unit. This most recent edition of the American Society of Addiction Medicine spoke about integrating physical health care. We've been doing that for years. Our medical director, Ken Feistel, has been our medical director for over 30 years. Everybody coming in gets a history and physical, and it's amazing, what we see, how, obviously neglectful people have been, in pursuit of, chasing the next high and neglecting their physical and emotional health. We also provide co-occurring services for people with co-occurring emotional behavioral challenges in addition to addiction. So, we have, psychiatrists and social workers, 24-hour nursing, and they're all tripping over each other at New Hope. So, we think it's a great program, and we think it's a model program, and I think we need more of that, and I just want to say that, the demand is there. We've gotten calls for detoxification services like we'd never have before, and I know there's a lot of concerned people on all different levels, particularly some of the folks here today that want to address this, and we'd like to keep it going. We also provide short-term residential services at the Marlboro facility, which for the adults is usually 14 to 28 days, and for the adolescents it's up to 90 days. So, they get, our adolescent program has a accredited high schooling through a virtual format, and there's a lot of nice enhancements. I don't want to bore you with all that, but addiction services has come a long way. We have licensed people with knowledge of motivational enhancement therapies, cognitive behavioral skills training. We have an atmosphere that is trauma-informed and supportive of people, a safe place, and of course we integrate physical and medical services, physical health and mental health services into our treatment plans, and all of the agencies in New Jersey are doing this. It's not just New Hope. So the field has come a long way, and we're there for your folks and for the people that you advocate for. Again, we have a lot of people seeking services, and we don't know what we're going to do with them. Where are they going to live when they leave? And so that, we see that in the initial screening, that this person's going to need continuing care, and halfway houses can fill some of that need, and some people may not be, that might not be the best fit for them. But anyway, the science has come a long way, and we're very proud of our staff and the programs we've been doing again for 40 years. So thank you.
Thanks, Dave. And again, one of the things that we tried to do here is we tried to open up with two aspects. One, the call line where you can talk to an expert and get advice and information. Some discussion about a particular agency, but as Dave said, that it's not an agency that's entirely different than other ones throughout the state, providing services for the population in need. Our next speaker was the former executive director of Turning Point, a very large treatment organization. He's now at Rutgers University Behavioral Health as a vice president for outpatient services, and he also heads the newly created interim management entity that you've heard some mention of. Explain a little bit about what that is, and that's the beginning of the state's effort to kind of change things a little bit and how people receive treatment and what way the scarce Medicaid resources are used to assist the New Jersey citizens. So without further ado, Manny Quantes is our next speaker.
Just a tiny bit. Harold, I think when he taught me, when I speak to him, I have to say, Coach, and, and put the hand on the shoulder and speak to him. Thank you. I have a low-tech, a PowerPoint, so if you squint really hard, I don't know if you can see this or not, I'll hold it still. The people in the back, can you see this? So in January of 2015, the governor announced to the State of the State address the beginnings of what is going to be reform for the overhaul, the behavioral health in the state. And he announced the beginning of the interim managing entity. Essentially, with a partnership with the Division of Mental Health and Addiction Services and University of Behavioral Health, we began this project called the IME, where we managed the state funds, the block grant funds from the government, the feds, and the New Jersey Family Care Funds. It started on July 1st of 2015. So we will have a one-year-old IME on the 1st. And the first phase of the project was really getting together all the agencies in the state, developing a management system for all the beds and the slots there in the state. Vicki, I think there are over 300 agencies in the state, right? Sites in the state. So over 300 sites that provide all the services that Dave spoke about. So we had to put together a management system for those actual slots so the providers could let the IME know that they had a slot open. The overall task, which the governor first tasked us with, was for us to develop a 24-hour, a 7-day-a-week call center for anyone who needs help in the state to be able to call. As you probably know well, those who have insurance can often call an insurance company and get help, but folks who don't have the means to pay will often struggle and call many places throughout the state looking for a bed. And much like Dave said, you know, because of the nature of the disease, by the time people are calling the IME or calling an agency for help, it's often at the end of the disease a process where there's a need for a detox or a service that's often acute. The other thing that the IME does is, after its first task, where we actually do a warm handoff. So our main goal is an attempt to, when the person calls and needs help, we call an agency, we talk to someone at the agency, we do a brief assessment. So there's someone who's trained to do an assessment on a person, and then we hand off, we do a warm handoff to that agency with the person on the phone, and then begin the process to get the person help. If the agency is not available, we do a referral to that agency. Then we follow up the person and we call the person until the agency picks up that person through the electronic system. Phase 2 of the IME, which begins May 24th, actually, of this year. And first part of it, the second part of it will be July 1st of this year, is where we actually begin to clinically manage the funds in the state. So we will, the IME is going to authorize care, we're going to review care, and we're going to do the utilization of management for care for the public sector dollars in the state. Vicki will speak about the specifics about that. There's a lot of complexities to this, and so we'll be ready to answer all the questions around it. There's no way to put in a presentation all the nuances of the system. But we will begin to do that. I want to say that every clinician, everyone who does that is a licensed clinician at the state. So, you know, we do this with a staff of about 47 staff, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. To date, we've averaged 45,000 calls and an averaging about 4,700 calls a month. 22 of those persons who've called have been someone who's called for the first time. We are registered persons into what's called NJ-SAMS, the New Jersey Substance Abuse Monitoring System. Did I get that right? And so anyone who's actually from a public sector who's needed help in the state is in that system, and we could see whether they've been there before or not at any site. So 22% of those people is the first time that they call. 23% of the callers are from a family member or a loved one, and we often do refer to your program as well over there. 108 of the calls that we received thus far was actually an emergency, and the people were referred to an emergency room. 36 times in the past year, almost the past year, EMS was actually called to the house. We actually had someone on the phone who was about to OD, and we got the EMS to the house at that moment. 65% of the calls are for a detox. 40% of the calls are for short-term treatment. 6.3% for long-term. 3.3% for intensive outpatient. 4.5% for outpatient. There'll be a test at the end, so make sure you remember these. And 0.2% are for the halfway house services. Sure. 65% for detox. Did you really want me to repeat that? Oh, that's cheating. You have to remember it. Okay. So the other thing that UBHC does, just so you know as well, has an agency as a call center. We actually run the vet-to-vet program where we answer 24/7. We actually have vets answering calls for vets 24/7 for vets throughout the entire throughout the world, including Iraq, Afghanistan, and vets who are out on ships. We have the peer support helplines for a cop to cop, so any cop in the state that needs help. We have 24/7 a cop to cop. We have the worker to worker, the DCPMP, the worker. So we have retired DCPMP folks, and we actually answer the phone for them. So these are folks who go out in the field, experience a difficulty sometimes with all the trauma that they see. So we actually have people who answer the phones for them 24/7. This initiative of having a call center to answer calls for the families in particular. The disease of addiction is something we speak about all the time, but one of the things that often doesn't get addressed are the families who experience this. So in a single home, there could be somebody who's using a drug, but there could be 5 people who are being affected by it. So we think this is a wonderful thing, and I think it's the beginning of a new era for addictions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Manny, and you can call me Coach anytime. And the reference he made is I still coach a high school wrestling team, and I have difficulty with our upper weights, the heavyweights. My graduating senior heavyweight this past year was 6'4", 6'5", 285 to 300 pounds, depending on what weight he was cutting. And I used to talk to him, and it looked like he never was understanding anything I said. And then I realized that he was all the way up there, he never heard me. I learned then that I either had to grab him behind the neck and pull him down, and after a while he didn't like bending over, so he used to get down on his knees to listen to me. Unfortunately, Manny related that to you. Our next 2 speakers, and we're very pleased and privileged to have 2 state officials here to talk to us a little bit about where the state is going, their goals and objectives, some of the machinations that are going on that Manny alluded to. Our first speaker is Vicki Fresleon, and she's a licensed clinical social worker and a licensed clinical alcohol and drug counselor, but her true strength is that she's been with the Division of Mental Health and Addiction Services for many years, and she's now the Chief of Care Management, and basically part of that job is overseeing the creation and development of the IME. So I welcome Vicki, and I know we'll enjoy hearing from her. Yeah, sure, Vic. Just make sure it's on.
Is this on? Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, thanks. So Hal asked Adam and I to speak from the state perspective about the programs and changes and our response to some changes in the field of behavioral health. So I'm going to speak primarily on changes around care management and the IME and the expansion of Medicaid. And I think Adam's going to talk more specifically about the state's responses to the opioid crisis. So I think that's how we'll kind of break up our time. And I'd like to start with this is a time in addictions especially of great challenges and also really great opportunities. Opportunities for expansion and change and growth in the field of addictions treatment. This is probably the most exciting and the most opportunity that we've had in probably 20, 30 years. I'm looking at Manny and
40,
Dave.
30 or 40 years, actually.
Yeah. So a lot is happening, and when I sat down to review what I would say today, I went back and looked at some old stuff, and I thought, oh my gosh, more has happened than I even thought has happened. I think one of the big game changers was that in 2014, New Jersey became a Medicaid expansion state. So that had tremendous impact for the state and was very, very important in the field of addiction services. So prior to the expansion, addiction itself is not considered a disability. So most people with an addictive disorder did not qualify for Medicaid. They were not considered age blind or disabled. If they weren't parenting of small children, they didn't qualify. So the benefit, so most people with addictive disorders did not qualify for Medicaid, and the benefit in the existing Medicaid before 2014 was very small for addictive services. So the only thing covered prior to the expansion was basically treatment with methadone, treatment in an opioid treatment program, which is a very valuable service, but only a small part of the full continuum of addictions treatment services. In 2014, when the state decided to become a Medicaid expansion state, not only did we add approximately 400,000 people to the Medicaid rolls, but we obtained permission from the federal government, from CMS, to greatly expand the substance use disorder treatment services for individuals in the expansion population. That program for the expansion population was called the Alternative Benefit Plan, or the ABP. So the ABP was an opportunity to sort of design that insurance program, design what we wanted. And in partnership with, I work at the Division of Mental Health and Addiction Services, in partnership with New Jersey Family Care, which is the Medicaid division, we sat down and we went through the benefits that we wanted. And on the substance use disorder side, we added outpatient, IOP, partial care, short-term rehab and detox, and unless the IMD applies, which Dave talked about that a little bit, and I'll mention it again later. And so that benefit was available to any one of the 400,000 new Medicaid enrollees. The problem that we had was, while there weren't a great percentage of the people with addictive disorders who had Medicaid, existing Medicaid, what we call Plan A, there were enough of them. And they didn't get the new alternative benefit plan. So they were stuck with the old plan that only had methadone treatment in it. So we've sort of been working with a two-tiered system since 2014. And none of us were really happy about that, because it meant we left a lot of people without access to a full continuum of substance use disorder services. But there's good news. The expansion brought in a lot of dollars on the addiction side. So when we could have the federal government pay or pay partially the bill for individuals who got Medicaid, then we could use that money that the state would have been spending for them and do other things with it. And we in our state were very lucky because our leadership decided to reinvest those dollars that came in through the expansion in the behavioral health world. Some states pave roads with it or build schools, and those are worthy causes, but our state decided we've sort of alleviated some of the financial burden by drawing in federal funds. We're going to reinvest in the behavioral health and the addictive disorder world. And that's a great boon to us. So should the legislature pass the budget in July, we will be what we call truing up. That means that Plan A, the old Medicaid plan, will begin to have the same substance abuse benefit as the ABP plan does. So no longer will there be a two-tiered system. You can only get this if you're eligible to Medicaid for Plan A, but you can get this long list of services if you're eligible through the expansion. So we're going to level that playing field if the budget's passed. And that's really exciting. That creates a lot more access for a lot more people. The other thing that we have proposed in the budget is a rate increase, or I guess maybe the way to say it is generally a rate increase, a rate study that resulted in many rate increases, so that treatment, substance abuse treatment and behavioral health, mental health treatment could be paid at rates that were necessary to provide the service. So with the passing, hopefully, without any revisions to the July budget, we will have made two major investments in the behavioral health world and the addictive services world come July. So that's what's happened since the expansion. Prior to the expansion, though, we had at the state submitted to and had approved by CMS a 1115 Medicaid waiver. And that's a waiver that allows you to do some things outside of the normal Medicaid rules to kind of test things out. And one of those things, well, there were a couple things we said we were going to do in the Medicaid waiver. We said that we were going to contract with a managed behavioral health organization to manage all of behavioral health. That has not happened yet, right? We said that we were going to develop behavioral health homes for individuals with serious mental illness, and we have done that, and it's a whole different day, a whole different lecture. And we said that we would be embarking on a rate-setting exercise, which we did. So on the behavioral health side, we've accomplished two of those very important things in the first 1115 waiver. And the IME, as Manny described it, is a sort of toe in the water of that third, which is managing the whole system. And I think managing the whole system, while less controversial now because we've all kind of learned about it and studied it, and there's been lots and lots of discussion, at least initially, was somewhat controversial. And even the rollout of the IME had created some concerns in the field. Because I think in large part because historically, management of services by a managed care organization hasn't necessarily always gone well in the behavioral health world. I don't know if other people remember, but in the 90s there was this. I hope I can't. Is this defamation if I bring this up? There was a company called Green Springs that began to manage services, and you would call and ask it permission for a certain service, and they would say, no, you don't meet the criteria. That person doesn't meet the criteria. And you'd say, well, what are the criteria? And they'd say, we can't tell you the criteria. And then you'd call next week, and you would have, a different set of criteria. No, that doesn't meet it either. So it's sort of has the reputation managing a service as sort of a way to stop giving care, and and not being transparent, and that's not the way from the public side that we would approach or want to approach management of the behavioral health world. And there are a couple really positive things that management does, and the IME has already begun to do, as Manny describes it. It coordinates a point of entry. So at the Division of Mental Health, for example, at the Division of Mental Health and Addiction Services, we are not a treatment program, we are not a call center, we are not a hotline. But prior to the IME, we got, I don't know, how many treatment calls a day do you think, Adam?
Probably between 7 and 10.
About 7 to 10 people who would call. And somehow or another, they would get the number of the Division of Mental Health and Addiction Services, and they would say to us, we've called 20 different programs. Please help us. They say they're going to call us back, and they don't. No one answers the phone. If they answer the phone, they say they can't help us. Please help us. And then staff who are not necessarily trained for that, but we would take turns, like we'd get assigned each day, and then we would call treatment programs, and because I know Dave really well, and I know Manny really well, I'd call up the executive director, and I'd say, Dave, we have this guy who lives in Monmouth County, and he's not able to access, is there anything you can do with him? And Dave would say, oh, give me the number. And that worked great, but that's not the way to access health care, right? Dave's laughing because you got those calls, usually Friday night.
Somebody to get in treatment.
Yeah. That's not the way you should access health care for a chronic fatal illness, right? So there needed to be, and we're well on the way to that, there needs to be a coordinated, easy way to access care and then to move through the continuum of care. Because the other thing that we knew from our data in New Jersey SAMS that Manny mentioned is many people go to detox and then they do not follow that care with anything else. And detox is not a substance abuse treatment. It's a medical stabilization. It's the start, it's a requirement, it's needed to get the full continuum of care, but that alone is not substance use disorder treatment. So we know that from these couple examples that people can't get in, and often when they do get in, they don't get to the next place. And then you can go into New Jersey SAMS and look up statistics and see that there are people who have been to 25 detoxes but never went to rehab, or never went to IOP, or never even went to an outpatient program. And predictably, their outcomes are horrible, right? Because they haven't really experienced treatment. And am I going on too long? Am I taking too much time? All right, sorry.
Couple more minutes.
Couple more minutes? All right. So a managed care, a managing entity becomes a central point of access, not the only, it's not a bottleneck, it's not the single point of access or entrance, but it is a central point that allows people to call one number. And then it allows people to call, and providers to call back and get help to get to the next step, a step-down treatment, for instance. The IME calls every time they place a person in detox, they call that provider agency in 3 days, Manny? 4 days?
3 days.
3 days, and says, do you have a discharge plan for this person? Do you need me to give you an authorization for how can I help, so to speak? And we're going to look at the data soon and see if that's actually helped some of the drop-offs after detox. If you manage care, and it's easier to integrate with physical health care. If you have an entity that does both physical and behavioral health care, all the data, all the care management, all the services are being coordinated from one place. Very good. you can implement more easily performance standards and outcome measures because you have one central repository for the data, which is critical if you want to make good policy decisions and good funding decisions. And honestly, you do use resources more effectively. Not because we want to save any money, because whatever resources we save, we reinvest into the system at the Division of Mental Health and Addiction Services. No one says save money and give it back to the Treasury. We reinvest it. And I'll give you another example. Often people who've had multiple DUIs, the third or more, the regulations say 180 days in jail, up to 90 of which can be in a residential substance use disorder treatment program. So often, county jails release somebody after 90 days to go to a substance abuse treatment program. But the person may not need 90 days of residential treatment. So the providers are in a rock and a hard place. Keeping somebody for treatment for 90 days so that they're not in jail is not the same thing as treating an addictive disorder. So we want to be able to manage that, work with the county jails, work with AOC, so that treatment is used for the people who need it, for how long they need it, and what they need it for, which is to treat their illness. And I have a whole lot more, but I'm going to stop there to say that that's just some of the advantages of managing the system, which we're going to be embarking on. Yes, I was going to do the waiver. All right, so can I just do one more thing? All right, sorry.
I don't know if the audience has to leave.
I don't know if you have to. Okay, you're leaving
Hopefully
at
they
1?
can stay.
It's 10 of 1? Oh, okay.
Well, they
All right.
ran over the
So if you want to talk a little bit later about the waiver, if anybody has any questions about next steps, you can see me because Adam only has 10 minutes now.
Let me introduce our last speaker, which is Adam Buchan. He said also at the Division of Mental Health and Addiction Services, and Adam functions as the state opioid treatment authority. So in essence, he manages all of the medication-assisted programs dealing with with opioids. So I think we will now get the next step of the discussion from the division's point of view. And if we have some more time, we can go back to the other stuff, certainly as a response to questions and so on.
You have to be careful because you won't be able to shut me up.
Well, I will try. If I have to climb over the desk, I'll do it. Adam?
All right, guys. Thank you very much. And I know we're running out of time. I know you're only scheduled till 1. Hopefully you'll be able to stay if there's any questions afterwards, because I'm sure there may be some questions you have on some of the topics that we discussed here today. Basically, what I want to give you a presentation on is the severity of the opioid epidemic in New Jersey, which I think most of you probably already know. Possibly already have friends, family members that are affected by the opioid epidemic. I was at a presentation yesterday on medication-assisted treatment, and one of the statistics that I thought I'd share with you today is that the United States constitutes for 4.6% of the world's population, but America uses 80% of the world's opioids. So we're less than 5% of the population, but we utilize more than 80% of the opioids in New Jersey, medication, oxycodone, Oxycontin, hydrocodone, all those. And also I wanted to share a stat with you that in 2010, the overdose deaths in New Jersey was 843. Obviously a very, very high number. But in 2014, just a year ago, they haven't given us the 2015 stats as of yet. It went up from 843 deaths to 1,305 deaths from opioids. That would be heroin or any of the opioid medications. So again, we're obviously in an epidemic, and it's a shame that it took, New Jersey and the rest of the country really to get involved after more and more deaths are reported each year. Now, in 2010, there were 306 deaths from heroin and 781 in 2014 from heroin. It's been on the rise more and more now that a lot of the prescribers in the state and other states have more stricter laws about prescribing opioids. So you're seeing people turning to heroin because it's a much cheaper drug to get than a medication. So instead of paying $30 for an opioid medication, one pill, you may spend $1 or $2 for heroin. So basically, what I also wanted to let you know is our 2014 substance abuse treatment admissions. There were 65,553 people that came into treatment in 2014, and 24,059 of those people, or 41%, were with heroin as a primary drug. And other opioids as a primary drug of choice was 4,594. So together we have about 50% of the population that's coming into substance abuse treatment is coming in for heroin or other opioids. Basically, the 5 highest counties that are coming in with substance abuse treatment admissions: Ocean County, Essex County, Monmouth County, Camden County, and Atlantic County. Those are the 5 top counties. Again, every county is affected. It doesn't, there's no discrimination on who is coming into substance abuse treatment, but those are the highest counties with the highest incidence of opioid treatment admissions. And as you read, as you probably read every day on a daily basis, you see a lot of reports, especially in Camden, Monmouth County, Ocean County. So there's been a lot of things that have been done, and the division actually has created a couple different programs to support this. And the one program that we have, the Opioid Overdose Prevention Program, came out of a law that was signed in May 2013 by Governor Christie, entitled the Opioid Antidote and Overdose Prevention Act. And basically that legislation gives immunity, both civil and criminal, for any professional, healthcare professionals, or other persons to actually provide someone with naloxone, which is the same thing as Narcan. You might have read about Narcan. Naloxone and Narcan are the same things. Well, what we did in September of 2014, our division actually implemented a program titled, again, the Opioid Overdose Prevention Program, which provides education to individuals at risk for an opioid overdose, their families, friends, loved ones, to recognize an opioid overdose and to provide the life-saving rescue measures to reverse the effects, which is the medication called naloxone. And the Opioid Overdose Prevention Program includes outreach to at-risk individuals. It contains an educational component, collaboration with interested stakeholders throughout different counties, and a distribution of naloxone rescue kits. And basically, the pilot that we had was only implemented at 4 programs in 5 counties. As of November 2015, just this past year, we actually were able to implement this program just in all the regions throughout the state, so the northern, central, and southern regions. So it encompasses all 21 counties received training now for this. The 3 contracts that we have, the northern region contract is Morris County Prevention is Key. The central region is JSAS Healthcare, which is in Neptune, and then Urban Treatment Associates is the southern region provider. Again, trainings are being held in all 21 counties. They're actually listed on the Division of Mental Health and Addiction Services website. If you even type in New Jersey, naloxone, DMHAS, our division's initials, you'll come to the page where it lists all the trainings that are occurring, and they're updated on a monthly basis. So again, trainings are available to different counties on a requested basis. So a lot of times programs are implementing them in the evening hours, the weekend hours, when family members and people are able to attend. Another program that we implemented that just started in December of 2015 is called the Opioid Overdose Recovery Program. This is a program that responds to individuals reversed from opioid overdoses who are treated at area hospital emergency departments. And basically what happens is the Opioid Overdose Recovery Program utilizes recovery specialists and patient navigators. These people are going into the hospital after somebody is reversed from an opioid overdose, and they're engaging individuals who have been reversed from an opioid overdose, and they provide non-clinical assistance, recovery supports, and appropriate referrals to substance use disorder treatment. And again, as was mentioned earlier, those could be for detox, they could be for residential treatment, outpatient treatment, medication-assisted treatment. And basically, the overall goal of this program is to increase linkage to appropriate care in the community and really assist in trying to end the revolving door where people come in and out of the emergency rooms. I've talked to people that have had 4 opioid overdoses and been reversed. So to try to engage that person into treatment, we really think the recovery specialists are people that have mostly been through the recovery process themselves, and they're able to get on the level of that person and talk to them to try to engage them in the treatment. We have this implemented in 5 counties so far: Camden County, Essex County, Monmouth County, Ocean County, and Passaic County at this point. So we're also set to increase this, the governor announced in January, to 6 further counties to try to implement this program. Again, there's some functionality issues with this program because it's hard having another service going into another services, like into an emergency department. So, we're trying to work out some of the issues with that and some of the barriers and try to, create a better program. I think this is really something a lot of other states aren't doing, and we really, want to take the lead to try to assist people, especially since the opioid epidemic is so large right here. Another quick update, basically, of what we're doing is the state has actually come together. A lot of times we work in silos, and people are doing their own thing over here and over there. But what we've actually created is an opioid work group, and it consists of members from the Department of Health, the Department of Children and Families, the Attorney General's Office, the New Jersey State Police, the Juvenile Justice Commission, the Division of Medicaid, and then also our Governor's Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse, otherwise known as JCADA. So the mission of this group is really to develop a comprehensive strategic plan to address the opioid epidemic. We've done several things. We actually have the New Jersey State Police has a fusion center where they actually do mapping of where the heroin seizures are, and they're seeing where people are getting arrested with the heroin, where they were going with it. So we're able to create other programs where we know that the crisis is becoming more severe. So it's a real-time tracking system. So we know if today Jersey City has an issue, that we can maybe implement direct programming, within that week or within that year to try to address that, since we know that the issues are so high there. Basically, we have a lot of other different things that are going on, and I know that people may have questions, so I am going to be quiet and let you ask questions if you have any. Thank you.
Adam. So we've got a few more minutes left, so we'll take some questions. If you want to come up to each of the mics and ask any questions, we'll and address it to which one of the panelists you would like. We'll do that now. Come on up to the mics.
Involved in the IME and with the intermanaging entity. Any agency that takes public funding, Medicaid or the.
Growing.
I would, it's
It's
I would say it's over 150 agencies, but over in New Jersey, sure.
Oh, yeah.
And each of those agencies could have multiple sites. So you can have an agency that has 5 sites.
Well, there's a certain amount of beds that are already assigned to the public funder in the contracts, but everything will move to fee for service, and that the public fundings will be one payer, but the biggest payer for most residential substance use disorder services.
Right, but what you should know is that most nonprofit organizations in their state dedicate the beds to public funding. And the majority of agencies in the state, even though slowly growing from a nonprofit sector to a profit sector, are nonprofit.
But that's so. I think you're talking about an experience maybe from the private side.
Oh. So
You're
automatically.
talking about the physical health from the physical health side.
Yeah, I think though. So what happens automatically is every grant-funded agency is automatically in the network. Can participate in the network. They don't have to apply to be in the network, unlike it happens with Blue Cross Blue Shield or Magellan or Aetna. Oh, absolutely.
Be in the network?
Yes, they can.
But I'm not sure. I'm not sure how else most of the nonprofits whose by far their largest payer is the public payer. I'm not sure what would be the motivation to refuse to become a provider in the managing.
I think you're seeing the trend go in the other direction, where some of the for-profits coming into the state, because of the newer rates, they're attractive to them for outpatient services. Again, the inpatient services get kind of technical. There's a lot of, that quite honestly, there's a lot of residential type providers that are out of network that are asking for large amounts of money. Will take insurance plans without a network benefits, but basically they're not really looking for the public client. There is a bit of a bed shortage, but I think that a lot is being done to motivate, like I was saying, agencies to try to expand, because the rates are attractive. But outpatient, I think you're going to see a lot more availability in the communities, because there's no reason why a for-profit wouldn't take the newer rates, as well as private insurance or self-pay or whatever.
Right. I actually oversee the opioid treatment programs at the state, and there's 30 of them. What happened was last year, because the Medicaid rates were so low, 5 of our for-profit programs stopped taking Medicaid clients. And now with these rate announcements, they said they're going to start, and I've already gotten calls from 2 or 3 agencies outside of the state that are interested in setting up shop in New Jersey, because now they see the rates. So I think there will be more and more services for this population as we move forward.
Let's go to the second. Yes, ma'am.
Actually, my question, since you're saying that we're going to be expanding, do you know what we're doing about clients who are like 17 and up? Because Perform Care actually cuts them off from actually getting services at 17 to access addiction services. So then when you even reach out to an IME worker, they're only kind of giving you like a referral of what could be out there. So since you're saying you're expanding, I kind of want to know what you're doing about those clients, especially the clients who have a developmental disability, who unfortunately get access to drugs and are now, 18 and up.
Yeah.
They're 20,
Well-
and they're not 21.
Right now, we did get the waiver for young people 18 that are still enrolled in high school classes. They can attend through the statewide Perform Care managed Children's System of Care dollars. New Hope obviously has a inpatient program for adults as well, so those that are 18 and aren't in school on up can go to the adult program, but for even for some of them, like a 19-year-old that would still be in school, we would actually, we've made arrangements for them at times to take classes on the virtual format while they're there. So we're unique in that regard. There's, most adult residential programs, and I think you're mainly asking about residential, do take people over 18, so they can still go there, and but they wouldn't necessarily get the rich array of services that the Children's System of Care offers, as far as the care manager, all the kids that go to our program and the other contracted programs throughout the state. You can see them on the, I think, the Children's System of Care website, the treatment providers. They all get care, they all get CMO, which is a care management organization, and are entitled to some other services. So it's, I think it's great because they, if formally we discharge kids, we try to involve the families in counseling, which is very important. We try to involve self-help and 12-step programs, which we have on site all the time. But, a lot of them wouldn't stay engaged. So it's just another piece of the puzzle to have a care manager. And, there's some things going on in the adult world to try to have similar supports in place. Mm-hmm.
And one last comment, just so you're aware, and I'm going to sit down, but I have contact adult services for our clients, and once they're in there, they come back and say to me, well, the person's developmental disability and their mental illness is in the way of their substance abuse treatment, and then they're discharged. So I'm kind of back to square one again. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that, okay?
Right. Well, that you bring up, I really have struggled with this because people with developmental disability, particularly intellectual disabilities, there's a lot of literature that says if you go really slow and use a repetitive approach, but unfortunately these residential programs, it's got to be it's kind of a mill. We have an 80-bed unit, we have people literally dying to get in there. So, but there's a lot of things we could do. It's just we got to start thinking outside the box, and you bring up a great point, and I know that you're advocating for your folks. Thank you.
I'm told by the foundation people who just signaled me that this will be our last question.
I just want to know if there's any work being done with the legal system. I heard about work with the police departments, but I have several clients that are on probation or drug court, and they're not allowed to participate in opiate treatment programs because of that restriction. So is there anything being done?
Well, actually, there was a law passed that actually allows medication within the drug court population, because before people were being told that they couldn't graduate if they were on some type of medication, but now that's changed. There still has a lot of education that needs to be done, because I think people are still stuck in their old views. This worked for me, so somebody doesn't need medication. But really what you have to do is treat each individual person differently and uniquely, and that's what I think needs to be continuously taught to people so that they understand that not one type of treatment fits all, that people are on medication for mental illness, they're on it for diabetes. Nobody really questions that, but for substance abuse, for some reason, there's always that question. So we're out actually doing a lot of trainings we've had trainings with the Attorney General's office, with I guess the prosecutors and the assistant prosecutors in each county, just so that we can continue to encourage that message to them. And now that it's law, you can't refuse somebody.
So if you want to know what the law is, the citation, I'm sure you can talk to Adam after. I want to thank all of you for your attention, and we hope you'll be back next year when we do this again. Thank you. Certainly want to thank all the panelists, too. You did a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey, how are you? Bill, sure. Good to see you. Thank you.
How are you? I actually don't have my cards with me because I came, but
Yes.
I'll shoot you an email.
Very much so. Yeah,
I do.
Very much so. It's tough.
I'll shoot you an email today.
Yeah,
just
it's.
so you have it, okay? Thank you.
You know, it's you lose and you win, right? You kind of. I do
Hey,
miss
how
it.
are you? We got U.S. County funds.
But
They're
this-
out front on the
this
all
is it.
levels
This
of
is
care.
the future.
Residential.
You know, I'm trying to.
Men's halfway house, inpatient. The only thing we don't have is women's halfway house.
Hey,
But
Dr.
all
Harper, how are
residential
you?
services are funded. Yeah. Mhm.
All right.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, are you?
Oh, great. Thank you.
Nice, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Long time ago.
All right, thank you.
You know what? I left him in the car because I was in.
Oh.
Yeah, his jacket. I cleaned it.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Governor's task force.
Oh, you were.
My dad
My
worked
he's
for
been,
Riley Reed. My dad was the fiscal director.
Yeah, you've
Ted.
talked a little bit about our
Ted.
services.
That's my
and
father.
Some of the medical advances,
What?
and
He was.
It was a pretty good group. Pat Burns was over there.
Right. Oh yeah, I know my dad always talked about these. So yeah. Oh, that's great.
I will.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad it was
Thanks.
helpful.
I'll be there.
If you need
What is tomorrow?
anything else,
Wednesday.
or I wish I had my card with me, but why don't I? Do you have?
There tomorrow.
Oh
Thursday,
yeah, I
I'm
can
going.
send you an email.
Tomorrow
Okay,
at
I'll do that.
2:30,
Thank
I'm
you.
going to the kayak substance abuse subcommittee for Ocean County. I'm just going to the first one with Dana, just to see what they're talking about and try to take care of that Tom's River issue.
Oh.
Yeah. How was
Yeah,
it?
my dad started in 1971 and he retired in 2005, and I came in 2004. So there's been a Buick on there since 1971. Yeah,
And the
no
division's
problem.
better for it.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah. I agree.
Oh, okay.
Okay. They're not going to be reporting at
Yeah.
Epiphany anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
By,
So I'll
by
send you an
June
email.
1st, they
Thank
have
you.
to have an armed person there. Yeah. I'll talk to you more about it. Yeah.
Let me write my.
They're not talking about it. They don't know what they're doing yet in some of these places, particularly in the offices.
You can actually have it.
I think they said it was too expensive to hire an officer to just.
All right, very good.
That's
Good to see you
That's why
again.
they're doing it. Is they're trying to put pressure on the because they've been trying to get guns for years.
Yeah, take care.
I told Karen I'd buy her cross belt of
that's
bullets,
the main
so she
pathway.
can hang out. All right, I'll see you. Yeah.
Are you talking about for these trainings or for treatment? Treatment, they should all be, they should all be accessible for someone with physical disabilities at this point. But you let me know if they're.
Yeah, because
Right.
You're welcome.
No, that's okay. We want to know.
No, I've been there. Actually, I just did a year.
Yeah.
Well, the number of legal services programs. That's how many we have.
Okay.
Anything that lives to Central Jersey.
What was it you wanted?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I know.
You're welcome.
County is like by the of
Jersey City.
Jersey City.
Yeah. No,
Oh, thank you. Good job in that direction.
Yeah, no, that's really where the problem is starting now. That it's changed pathways. That's the pathways. People are using prescription medication.
1 second. Yeah. Just 1 second.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Guardianship cases?
We do guardianship cases now, too.
What do you guys
Right.
do in terms
They're
of
gonna take-
identifying
Get everybody in the panel.
forensic psychologists?
Okay, yeah, send me a.
Do you guys have a panel of people that
We
you
have
use?
people, but now because of the expense and so on, most of the time we're telling the clients they have to pay for it.
Yeah. Oh, good. Thank you so much. All right.
For those that are indigent,
Right. Yeah, reach out to me. I'll get back to you. Thanks.
a couple of $1,000s.
Harold, you want to be in it or not?
For the most part, try to negotiate out with.
Harold, they gotta go, so can I give you just 1 second the picture? I'm sorry, sir. What picture?
Howard, you're gonna lay across the bottom.
Yes. You know what, jump into their arms like this.
So you were joking.
All right, in the middle, Harold.
Actually, I wanted to give you props for being a coach.
The fellow in the back, you're way too close to that board, and that's too late. I'm sorry, you have to get, you may have to, I may have to do it this way. I'm sorry, Manny, I have to ask you to stand behind him, because now you're blocking everybody. I'm sorry. All right.
You're a real pain.
Okay.
Is that?
Okay, cheers, cheers, please. One more this way. Let me see if I can get it without the terrible. I think it's the same. One more. Thanks. If you paid better, I could afford it really quick.
Well, look at that.
I unfortunately forgot my cards, but I'll write my info down.
I gotta get
It's on an old school.
All right. See you later.
Here you go, sir.
I know. I forgot cards today.
Do you have a card? I'll write my name on the
Marlboro's our
back.
main facility. That's where we have the 140 beds.
Yeah, sure.
That's it's
Yep.
across the street. We were on the hospital ground, and in 2007 we built a new building. But it was original part of that track, but it was like on the other side of the street. You wouldn't have known it was part of. It's never part of the fenced-in property.
Say, oh, I gave them all out.
That is a good idea to have barcodes.
But if you're interested in
Like on your head
I'm
or
not the
something,
one.
barcode and it scans your email.
Yeah.
'cause I'm just the administrator. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
If you go on our website, you can get all of the.
When you were
services.
in grad school or something. Yeah. When you were in grad school or yeah.
I was Brookdale Community College.
Oh, they still send people. Yeah.
Really? You
Yeah.
should have.
Yeah, they got addiction education classes over there, and
what
you
I
get a
said.
lot of support staff.
That's what I
in there.
said. It would be
Yeah.
easier, like your email, your
Right, and they're doing the
I got my
university.
dog and my cat have microchips. So
Do they?
Yeah.
There you go. Why not your humans?
Why not your
Right.
I got
Yeah.
the dog and the cat
I-
with the microchips. I was thinking to myself.
I planned it perfectly because I have one more
That's
left.
right.
Yeah.
Keep them at all times.
Thanks very much.
All right, thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Good to see you. Yep.
Thanks so much. Tell Bob that I appreciate it and you did a great job.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off if you thought I did. I knew people probably wanted to see one.
I wasn't thinking about.
Nice to meet you.
I don't know. I just wasn't.
No, I know. I started thinking 120. And these people are
I'm
all
so
like.
glad you did, Adam. I'm so glad you did.
Thanks, Joy. It was good.
I just felt good
Yes.
going into your time, you know.
Right. We have Don Hebert doing Morris County Prevention is Key. He's doing the training. So I actually haven't got to see one yet, but I know he's like one of those people that gets stuff to me right on time, but he reaches out with such good questions. He gets right back to me. He does seem incredible.
Class that I teach,
Yeah.
just to talk about his own experience,
Right.
personal experience.
I think he did because the governor went out to one of the trainings and Don was doing it that day. So yeah.
He's amazing.
I know. Yeah, he seems really good. You know, I heard